Hooray.
Now you see we're streaming on the top left-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go ahead and return the host powers back to you now.
Okay.
And you are all set.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great day of reviews.
Thanks.
All right, bye. See you.
Bye. Hi, Roxy.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good. It's so great to see you.
I know. The silver linings of Zoom.
It isn't the same though.
No. And I was going to say, and I would have really liked to have seen you in Miami, but you know.
Yeah.
Next time.
Did you do any of the ASLA stuff? I like it.
No. And that's, you know, that's the other thing. I'm doing this LAF fellowship and we keep saying you miss the residency of the residency, which is being there, going out for the drink afterwards and talking about what you talked about and being by yourself in the hotel room and thinking about things. And yeah, I was like, I'm totally going to do ASLA. It's going to be awesome. And then I was like, well, actually, I have class and I have to prep for class. And so, yeah, not being there means I didn't really participate much.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you able to see anything?
No, it was the exact, that actually makes me feel better because I was feeling very guilty for not doing any of it. But I was hanging out with these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something about just having a guest lecturer or canceling class and being gone for a week and that actually gives you the space and time to do the thing.
Right.
But, you know, next year.
Yeah. That'll be great. Do you have any questions? These guys they have presentations that should explain why they're working in the site that they've chosen, the specific issues of the city and urban context that they're working in, and the proposed changes at multiple scales.
Without knowing the exact sites, I'm pretty familiar with the overall context. So,
okay, yeah. That's why I was excited for you to be here.
Yeah. What
other reasons
is this?
It's their third studio, so they're second year graduate students, all landscape architects. And we usually do this with the urban design program, but this year, because of Zoom and other extenuating circumstances, we are only landscape here.
Yeah. And so a sort of urban design focus though?
Yeah.
Okay.
This
Great.
is the Urban Systems Studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
all
Gina.
Right. Great.
Hi, Roxy. Nice to meet you.
You too. I've heard so much about you. All
Not
good.
like we haven't known each other since we were 19. Nice to be on a review with you. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Yay. I am not sure. So we have 3 of our 4 reviewers here. And why can I never can count on my students. Okay. I think we're missing 1 student. No, all students are here. Okay. Well, we are joined today by Roxy Thorin from the University of Oregon.
Hello.
We have Gina Ford from Agency and Nelly Fuentes from SWA in Houston, all joining us for this first session. And all the students have joined. And we're going to be focused in the Portland metro area for this first session. And then we'll be moving to Vancouver and then Seattle and Vancouver for the 3rd session. I think if there are no questions or comments, I think we can get started. Each student has about 15 minutes to present, and then we have a gracious amount of time. So we will try to stick within 40 minutes total for discussion, which should be ample time to get into the projects here. I'll signal in the chat if we're starting to get up on that time with about 2 minutes, a 2-minute warning to wrap things up. And if there are questions along the way for me, I am happy to answer anything that comes up. All right. And now that I've...
Can I ask one question first?
Yeah.
Sorry, Maggie, it's
Hi.
so trivial, but is
No.
the fashion from this team a statement? Are we in mourning? Yeah, what is it?
Oh, no. Wow. Thank you for picking up on that. I'm so in the zone.
No
Is it
it's not a political or moral statement, just a fashion statement.
Okay.
Oh.
I was like, oh, did something happen I'm not aware of that we're protesting today? Good.
Morale.
We're a crew.
Well, y'all look great. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I love it. That's really cute. Thanks, Gina. Wow. You see already picking up.
I'm like one of the team.
You
Goes with the
are.
turtleneck.
I feel so out of place now. All right. Let's see. We are starting off with Lyda as our first presenter. Lyda.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. Thanks for
getting us
coming,
started.
everybody. Yeah. First to go. My name is Lyda. Let me pull everything up here. All right, is everyone seeing and hearing all the things? Awesome. Okay. So as Maggie said, we're going to be focusing in Portland, Oregon. And so I'm just going to jump right in. So Portland came together in 2000 to re-envision their city for 50 years into the future. The River Renaissance outlines this vision and recenters the Willamette River at the heart of their city. They hope to recreate healthy river and riparian ecosystems, build vibrant waterfront districts, and to reconnect people to the water. Prior to Euro-American settlement, large parts of land along the rivers in Portland were made up of Gary Oak communities. Today, much of these have been developed. Gary Oak communities are found only in the Pacific Northwest, and as much as 99% across their range has been replaced due to urbanization and agricultural land conversion. And it's been named one of the most imperiled ecosystems in North America. The city of Portland was founded largely because of the Willamette River, which connected it to the rest of the world by way of the Columbia River, leading to the Pacific Ocean. Its industries grew along the river's edge and almost completely lock it in today. This has had many negative environmental ramifications. In fact, the lower 12 miles of the river at its mouth has been named a Superfund site, and both the city and the EPA are currently addressing this issue. However, on Portland's central east side, which is upstream from this area, there still remains a similar industrialized edge, which threatens the cleanup efforts downstream. These industrialized zones are also linked to increased heat island effect. And as climate continues to shift, both warmer, drier summers and warmer, wetter winters are predicted for the city. As Portland has begun efforts to implement its vision set by the River Renaissance, there have been further proposals by the city to both bury the I-5 freeway on the central east side and to add a green loop to connect both east and west sides of the city to each other. This area here is the design site where we'll be focusing from here on out. And as you can see, a large portion of this area is industrialized, with portions of mixed use zones and paved vacant lots, which separate the river from the adjoining neighborhoods. My design proposal aims to meet and exceed the desires set forth by the people of Portland and the River Renaissance, while also incorporating the I-5 tunnel and linking into the citywide green loop proposal. It further pushes the limits of these desires through a series of landscape-based interventions catalyzed by the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, and in an effort to conserve and educate the public about imperiled Gary Oak communities endemic to their city. The river's edge will be reclaimed and activated by diverse Gary Oak ecosystems through things such as the Woodland Arboretum, Botanic Garden, and Plant Nursery, and all of which resulting in Portland's central east side riverfront being the leading example for nature-based learning and connection. All right, so now getting into the specifics, here you can see how Portland's Green Loop proposal moves through the site, as well as existing public transit. Connection to the river and exploration of its edge can be enhanced first by tunneling the I-5 freeway to free up valuable riverfront acreage. Next, green streets can be added that link into the Green Loop. More trails will extend from the existing East Bank Esplanade, and a new pedestrian bridge will be built to connect the neighborhoods to the multimodal transit station at the southern end of the site, which will then link into the existing pedestrian bridge that crosses to the western side of the river. This area is currently highly impervious with minimal vegetation. And where the APA recommends a minimum of 100 feet for a riparian buffer, ecologists recommend a minimum of 300 feet for healthy riparian habitat. Neither of these minimums, as you can see, are being currently met, which pose threats to water health, human comfort, and a lack of habitat for flora and fauna. I therefore propose rebuffering the water's edge with the Gary Oak Woodland Arboretum to the north and a Gary Oak Savanna community and civic green to the south, both meeting the suggested minimums and then doubling the 300 recommendation wherever possible to better capture water and filter runoff from the adjoining industrial zone, considerably cooling the water's edge and strengthening habitat conservation efforts. It is important to note here that while imperiled to human development and land conversion, the Gary Oak communities are actually particularly suited to urban conditions, as they're notably resilient in both drought and flood conditions, which, as mentioned before, are both predicted for Portland. Here you can begin to see how tunneling the I-5 freeway that separates East Portland from the river makes way for a woodland arboretum. The existing streets within the zone can be made porous and repurposed as promenades. And while woodland communities call for 50 to 70% canopy cover, Select clearings can be made throughout the zone to add diversity of flora and fauna, as well as human experience. The promenades within the Arboretum will draw people from the city through to the water's edge, while woodland communities will provide valuable eco-services such as intercepting water, air particulates, and cooling this previously hot zone. Select clearings provide a change in experience along the wooded trails, and over 300 species rely on Gary Oak ecosystems. And this arboretum will provide a large enough patch to provide intact habitat for these at-risk species. Moving to the southern part of the site, another proposal that's been put forth by the city, and they're working with the firm of Snowhetta. They're reimagining a new waterfront district centered around the Oregon Museum of Science Industry, as well as some other significant cultural infrastructure in this area. So my proposal does follow the recommendation to reroute Water Street and to utilize the land that they have slated for development. However, instead of adding a series of mixed-use commercial buildings here as they propose, I believe this space provides an opportunity to really create a hub for nature-based education, which is actually more aligned with OMSI's mission to engage the community through science and learning opportunities based around sustainability. The Gary Oak Botanic Garden sits just out front of the OMSI as a place to cultivate, preserve, and teach about plants endemic to Portland. A nursery and cafe has also been added at the end of the garden so that people of the community can begin to incorporate these resilient species back into greater Portland landscapes. And lastly, in this zone, replacing a previously paved lot, there will be a civic green and stairway feature giving people the opportunity for direct access to the water. While enjoying expansive views of the Willamette, community can gather on the civic green for daily active play and for events in large numbers. This feature gives Central East Portland a space to rival the highly prized Tom McCall Waterfront Park just across the river. This new educational landscape not only fulfills but pushes further the desires set forth by the Portlanders for their city. Tunneling the I-5 freeway frees up valuable waterfront land that has previously cut off Portland's east side. A series of green streets and expanded pedestrian bridge link into the city's green loop proposal and draw people to Central East Side's new learning landscape. Direct access is now provided for people to touch and interact with their river. A large swath of healthy Gary Oak, woodland, and savanna buffer the river from the adjoining industrial zone and create large patches of habitat for resilient but imperiled ecotypes endemic to their city. And lastly, a vibrant waterfront district is created combining forces of the OMSI, Gary Oak Arboretum, Botanic Garden, and Plant Nursery to center this space around nature-based education, connection, and conservation. Through these interventions, Portland's Central East Side will lead as a learning landscape that puts people, habitat, and the river at the heart of their city for generations to come. Thank you.
So, I want to start out by saying, great presentation skills. You really did a good job talking about sort of the big picture systems that you were studying and how those affect the immediate region along the river, bringing us down to this district and how you started to integrate some of those big picture thinkings into your intervention. It's a hard one for me to reconcile personally, just in terms of thinking about how we position landscape architects to come to the table and really be drivers of change in the ways that we make cities. Where I'm having a hard time reconciling this is not because I disagree with your intervention of tunneling the freeway, which can be done, and restoring some of the ecological function back into the land. It's the sort of reluctance to bring people and development and sort of really make this a district that can be self-functioning. Like, this is a major expense for a city to take on, to tunnel and to sort of build all the infrastructure to make this happen. And how you can kind of drive the desire for making those types of investments, you have to make the connection back into like how it's going to be a productive, sustainable landscape in terms of, you know, you do have to engage with the economics of doing something like this, but you also have to engage with sort of the public good aspect of this. Like, you know, you've now freed up land on the river and you've made it accessible to people, but like, how are you really reaching out and reshaping that neighborhood that, from what you've said, seems prime for sort of repurposing and reusing and redeveloping? Like, how is what you have structured really going to spur on a different way of, you know, city making? How are you gonna push beyond, you know, beyond your site intervention and sort of envelop and embrace that development? It feels like a little bit like you're turning your back on that piece that I think is so integral to where we position our profession in that bigger picture discourse.
Yeah, I mean, I think originally I did have sort of a larger mixed use sort of space, more in line with Snøhetta's and the city's vision for the southern end. However, I think as landscape architects, it's our job to push more landscape-based interventions. So that was sort of my goal. And I think I was taking a lot of, at least in the southern end, a lot of cues from Tom McCall across the water, just knowing how many visitors they actually have had, because they actually buried, they didn't bury, they actually removed a freeway system on the other side of the water. And it's brought millions of people each year to that park. And it has raised property values within the area. So I do think there's a lot of economic reasons to have things like this on the water. And, you know, I think that, again, it's more in line with OSMI's vision for themselves than potentially just a few restaurants or things like that. And that's just my personal opinion, I suppose, but.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's okay, but I think to kind of make that case, you would have strengthened your own arguments by picking up some of those metrics and bringing up that into your position as to like the reason why it's, you know, ecologically driven. Like, here are the factors of that decision making. I you know, that piece was missing from your presentation. It could have just strengthened your argument and sort of directed the conversation.
I think you're right, for sure.
Yeah, I remember walking down, I mean, I've always told my students the number one wealth generating tactic in America was sort of square footage, dollars per square foot, was Central Park. Like, the value that created around it and adjacent to it is extraordinary. And I remember walking down the High Line a couple of years ago, and there's a big billboard and it says "Highline your business," which, when your project becomes a verb, it's kind of cool / disturbing. But what they meant was like add value, and so parks do add economic value. The problem is developers look at individual parcels and say, what's the biggest value of this parcel? It's a building, it's tax revenue, it's this. The biggest value of a parcel is never a park, but the biggest value for a city often is. And so I agree with Nellie that making that argument, finding the precedents, and being able to say, why would you turn this stuff that has such value as a development site into a park? I totally agree that you should, but but make the argument. Yeah, I think the big idea is really good, and I think it connects to a lot of kind of what's missing in Portland. And I'd say it's true all up and down the Willamette River. It's a super industrial river, and was used as an industrial highway before we had highways. And so most of the cities along the Willamette don't have access to the river, which is weird. Here in Eugene, there are literally two places where you can sit in a restaurant overlooking the river. It's like we have a river going through it and it doesn't exist. So I agree. I also agree that the West Side really needs reparations, and I'm using that word intentionally. If you look at a redlining map of the city, most of what you're looking at over here was redlined, was economically depressed. People couldn't get loans, they couldn't buy houses, and it created a situation where it was ripe for urban renewal. And Black and Latino communities were kicked out of here. So I think the West Side really does need reparations. And I would like to see some of that social history addressed. There's a pretty toxic social history in Portland that we like to just gloss over and pretend doesn't exist. So I think engaging some of the history of this neighborhood, this was, it's been used a lot with, I think, most notably with the history in Tulsa around their Black Wall Street. This was the Black Main Street in Portland, a couple blocks over. And so engaging that history would be important, I think, not just the ecological history, which we often use, I think, to greenwash things that we don't really want to talk about. So I'm saying I love the ecological, I love the overall gesture of the parks and the green streets. I love the ecological restoration along the river and the education about the ecological history. I think we could layer on an education about a social history as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I was thinking, just to build off of both Roxy and Nellie, that when you're doing an urban design plan like this, or maybe anti-urban design in this case, and I totally agree with Nellie, I think development is not a bad thing. And I think you would have made a stronger case. Hold on, take a step back. Your drawings were really lovely. The perspectives I thought were very sweet and very, just really well put together, well considered, and well positioned within your bigger ideas. And I thought your whole presentation was outstanding from a verbal clarity. But I do think you're making a case for the highest and best use of the land. And I think to do that, it's like making a recipe. You kind of have to show us what are the pieces, how much of each ingredient is necessary, why. You did a nice job of sort of framing some of the policy easements, the case for the forest ecosystem, but then kind of how big is an arboretum on a riverfront? Why? What are you accomplishing with the scale? What are the justification for the design moves you made, and particularly scale? So I think that's just, when I do a project, a lot of times I'll make a drawing that's actually kind of like a recipe, a visual recipe of blocks. How many blocks of this, how many blocks of that, in scale, and why, what drove that decision, whether it's precedent or an ecological consideration or an economic one. I do think you would have been helped by some economic generation here. I think mixed use and residential restaurants are not a bad thing, and can actually really well, in a really nice way, provide synergy with these programs you're proposing. So I would just try to, think through your own, the chip on your shoulder about it, which I appreciate for a lot of reasons, but also I think, challenge yourself to also think what would good development look like that would reinforce the forest, that would reinforce these educational uses. And then the last piece is just a design issue, which I think is edge. When you work on a river, and I work on a lot of rivers, edge is the most critical place. It's where you transition from one zone to another. And I think your project would be helped by, and I can imagine you going next if you were to take this further. It feels like you've contained your landscape in a box by the streets, and that I think you could break through by engaging the river on the one side. It looks like a cliff. I know I've worked on this section of the river. I get that it's got a high bank, it's got a bank condition, and there's issues there, but ways of getting down to it that aren't so monolithic, ways of pulling green down to the water, right? And then on the other side, that green loop, I kind of imagined your forest would grow out down the streets and touch the green loop, as a way of sort of bridging these divides that are kind of built into our city fabric. But I think as designers, we can push past that, right? So we can make our plans sort of become part of the fabric too, and grow outward. So it was a lot to say, but yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good stuff. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Lida. Sorry. Go ahead, and I was going to kind of build on and go in a different direction, but go ahead and respond.
No, please go ahead.
No, you. Yeah, I think one of the things that I think all three of us are getting at here, I'm really liking this as an idea. And I think the next step, one of my constants is when I talk to my own students at final review is like, why do we even have a final review? Are you going to go back and change your project? Probably not. So it's not about this project, it's about your process. And I would say, like, what'd you do right? Keep doing it. What'd you do wrong? Knock it off. What didn't you do? Add that to the next iteration. And so to me, this feels like a really solid idea. And I think what you add to the next iteration is drilling down into some of the details. So I agree with Gina. I loved the perspectives with the sort of ghost animals. So the next level is, what are the actual animals? And yeah, there actually are coyotes in Portland, riding on the Max line, in fact. But there aren't elk. There are elk in the region, but they're not going to come into the city. There are raptors of all stripes and varieties. You will see bald eagles fishing on the river. So what are the actual animals? What's their actual habitat need? And how does that impact your design? What does that mean when you design refuge for endangered salmon at the edge of the river? What does it mean when you design perches for raptors to dive into the river to do their fishing? What does it mean to create a place where bunnies can live and coyotes can hunt them? And how does that feel in a city? Are we okay with that? So the idea is there, and I want to see you drill down, and I'm imagining a section from the river through the Green Street all the way back into the neighborhood that says, this is a riparian prairie, and these animals are here. This is an oak savanna, and these animals are here. This is an upland woodland, and these animals are here. And a kind of plant and animal species coming out of that. So a level of specificity that comes out of adding a next layer. Similarly, and maybe this is building on what Gina just said about a kind of recipe. I looked at OMSI and I thought, where do all the school buses go? You got rid of the parking. And so recognizing that there are certain things that just have to go into any project, and a major regional museum aimed at children is going to have, on a day in spring, 40 to 50 school buses, and those need to go somewhere. So just sort of working through the economics, the ecology, the parking, just all the messy stuff that has to make a project real.
Yeah, I think I started to address that like down in this zone because there is some open space, but definitely did not get into the nitty gritty of that portion very well, for sure.
Well, and to tie back to what I think, Roxy was hinting at is that you can, and Gina, you can use this project to position yourself as the type of practitioner you want to be. So even if you don't go and fix these interventions, which I actually think you should, because it's a very cool project. But to talk about, what type of practice are you interested in, and sort of, you have a specific position on what landscape is and what landscape isn't, which may be different than other firms, but kind of use this as an exploration to position yourself moving forward.
I'm gonna take some food for thought.
Lydie, do you have any questions for your jurors?
No, I mean, I think they all made great points, and I think a lot of the things that y'all have mentioned, I've definitely gone through iterations with those pieces included, and I do have a lot of that specificity in my head. Like I could tell you the animals, I could tell you habitat and the makeup of the woodland and all of that. I think it's just, there's so much complexity, as you know, in this field, and how to actually condense all the things that in your head onto a set number of slides and a set number of minutes to talk about it, and to not make it so busy that people can't understand what you're talking about. I think that's just that was actually probably one of the hardest things for me this semester, is just really
and it
trying
will
to
be for the
will
be for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and boil it down. It's definitely something I strive for, but it's a beast, as y'all know. So I will keep working towards that. So thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Yeah, if I could just say one thing about that, I think the, the range of drawings you showed was really nice. I think this is probably because I come from I have a planning partner, and she does a lot of this work to provide strategy, right? And the strategy can be like really simple infographic. Again, the recipe thing, it's like not everything has to be a labored drawing. Some of it can just be really intelligent use of words and symbols and precedents and images. And so, but it's a really critical part of the storytelling, even as important, I think, to the beautifulness of the work, the beautiful plans, the beautiful drawings, is to just be like, build that sound foundation. So yeah.
I think also recognizing that our brains are really fast processing machines, and that you can put an image up that has a lot of detail on it without telling us all the detail. People can just look at it and go, tuck, 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 tuck. Okay, got that. While also listening to you tell your story. Mm-hmm. And so, I do think sometimes I've heard people say, don't put anything up if you're not going to talk about it, and don't talk about anything if you haven't put it up. And I disagree. Put things up that you're not going to talk about, because our brains are really good at grabbing that stuff.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Lyda, thank you for, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying
I wanted to thank you for going first, and also for starting us off with such a strong presentation. You were really, really clear, and it's a good start to the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we are going to visit Oregon City with Drew.
Cool. Let me get this up here real quick.
Great. Thanks.
Hey, here we go. So, Oregon City within Cascadia. So, Oregon City is a site of incredible historical significance, and being home to a wide variety of landmarks that combined are capable of telling the story of the formation of Cascadia. To carry that story and the lessons of the past well into the future, I propose a framework that guides visitors through the city, using landscape to frame a narrative that helps visitors engage with the artifacts of change in this landscape. See? Oh, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, so this suburb of around 38,000 people is just 5 miles southeast of downtown Portland. Oregon City was the first city west of the Rockies to be incorporated to the US. Founded in 1829 by the Hudson Bay Company, this small city offers a view into the past of the Portland area, containing all the qualities of Portland that help shed light on the past development of this area. Set at the base of Willamette Falls, Oregon City was once the southernmost access point to the Pacific along the Willamette, and was an ideal location for human settlement. Darn it, my screen's messing up, sorry about that. Okay. Drawn to the plentiful natural resources of the site offered, Native American and later U.S. populations established permanent settlements at the falls, utilizing the river to trade extensively with the wider region. This site has been altered by cultures that inhabit it and bears the various marks from nearly 14,000 years of habitation. Let's see. And ranging from natural to industrial and infrastructural wonders, this site is filled with landmarks that reflect how the city has grown and continues to develop. As one moves through this 1.5 miles of riverfront, you could witness the layered history of the city's growth over the years. At the southern end of the site lies this historic lifeblood of the city, Willamette Falls, and traveling north, the various built landmarks throughout the city present themselves alongside natural formations, whispering the legacy of the various forces that have shaped the site. The significance of some of these landmarks, such as the falls or the historically designated arc bridge crossing the Willamette, have been recognized for the impacts on societies. Other infrastructural landmarks, such as the power station, railroad, or highway, that have equal impact on the character of the city but tell us a romantic story of the site, have not received as much love. In trying to absorb this rich history of this site, it's important to understand there are two sides to every coin. For every cultural staple, there's a supporting infrastructural base For every engineering marvel, there's an underlying natural force that dictates its form. By reassessing the cultural value of these landmarks, we can paint a more complete sense of place, one that appreciates the various forces that shapes our day-to-day experience and continues to inform how we move into the future. To revalue these landmarks, this project seeks to highlight the many iconic views provided by the legacy of past development. Engaging with the topography and urban fabric of the site, the design will create a cultural heritage district along the Willamette riverfront, establishing a network of visual connections between landmarks across the city. These visual connections will inform the creation of public spaces that guide visitors through the city and frame views of these landmarks in a way that help them to see the monuments placed within the dynamic history of the site. In setting up these views, the design allows the visitor to look through time and get a glimpse of the long-running history of the site and understand how history builds upon itself and every change informing the next. So here, so here is a system of visual corridors just trying to connect the city visually, showing landmarks between it and then connecting that with walking paths. So the history of Oregon City and Portland and the entirety of Cascadia begins with the formation of its land. 180 million years ago, the Cascade Mountains were formed by the collision of the North American and Juan de Fuca plate. This topography acts as the foundation of the climate and the ecologies of this region. Cascadia has a very wet climate due to the rain shadow effect created by the Cascades to the west and the Rockies to the east. The moisture trapped between these two mountains has allowed rush forests and abundant wildlife to thrive in this region. And on the top here, we can see a view of Willamette Falls with salmon migrating up the river, an important source of nutrition for many of the predators in the area. And below right here, you can see an example of the Gary Oak Savanna ecotype. And this one's located along the promenade in Oregon City. And this signifies or embodies some of the many unique plant communities of this area. The natural resources, these natural resources create ideal habitat for many species and have been a powerful draw for human settlement for most of human history. So 14,000 years ago, the first peoples in North America migrated across the Bering Land Strait between the Cordilleran and the Laurentide ice sheets. Attracted to the resources the river provided, several Clackamas tribes established permanent settlements at the fall, building plank cabin villages along the Willamette. These tribes did not practice agriculture and depended largely on the falls as a source of food, fishing for salmon and lamprey throughout the year. The salmon was so plentiful that the Clackamas people were able to set up an extensive system of trade with many tribes across the Pacific Northwest. And another culture that came in 190 years ago was during the U.S. settlement of the West. U.S. citizens set out from Independence, Missouri, and landed in Oregon City. These settlers took advantage of the abundant forests and began logging and set up paper and lumber mills. Logging was so important to this area. Portland was originally known as Stumptown before being incorporated into the U.S. As we know it today. And capitalizing on the strategic location on the Willamette to set up trade with the rest of the country, these U.S. settlers set the stage for the future industrialization of Oregon City. Needing easier access to the rest of the country than what the Willamette alone could provide, the people of Oregon City modified the landscape, setting up an infrastructural network that helped them navigate their mountainous terrain. When first established in the 19th century, the urban fabric of Oregon City was built to take advantage of resources available. A variety of commerce, industry, and industrial zones existed along the riverfront, each of these sectors of the city requiring something different from the river. As the city grew and technology developed, though, the urban fabric morphed with industry and transportation, taking more and more space along the riverfront, pushing public and residential spaces to the top of the bluff. This industrial legacy helped fuel the growth of the city and has largely shaped its current form. Like many of the other industrial sites in Pacific Northwest, this industrial growth and progress has also had an impact on the ecological health of these natural landmarks. Like much of the Willamette downstream, the soil of the post-industrial riverfront sites has become contaminated with the byproducts of industrial processes that occurred on them. Only recently closing in 2011, the Blue Heron paper mill set at the Willamette Falls introduced heavy metals to the soil that pose a threat to the vegetation and the wildlife of the site. This danger will only continue to increase with stronger storms and increased runoff as climate continues to change. Without efforts to remediate the site, the flora and fauna that provided the base for the development of the city will be at risk of being lost. Luckily, work on this issue has already been set forth. The government and the people of Portland have a strong desire to foster the relationship between the city and the natural river system. The River Renaissance is a long-standing strategy set forth by the city of Portland that aims to create complete neighborhoods within the city, connecting the urban fabric to the riverfront, allowing people, industry, and commerce access to the Willamette. And within Oregon City proper itself, there is an ongoing project that the Grand Roan tribe has set forth. The Grand Roan tribe has purchased the Blue Heron paper mill site and plans to redevelop it into the Willamette Legacy project, reclaiming their traditional fishing grounds and reestablishing large areas of riparian habitat. This project focuses equally on ecologic and cultural concerns, highlighting the natural and cultural aspects of this site. Working in tandem with this existing initiative, my proposed design seeks to focus on enhancing the efforts of the Willamette Legacy Project to illuminate the cultural understanding of Oregon city landscape, using interventions that coincide with the ecologic and cultural concerns of the River Renaissance strategy. So, when navigating through the site, one encounters landmarks at varying distances, and with some areas having higher concentrations of sites of significance. To help pace this experience and signal to visitors that they're in the presence of a landmark worth taking some time to appreciate. By adjusting spaces to make them reflect the visual and cultural worth they offer, we can provide places of pause and provide paths that lead between these areas of reflection. So as we can see here, here in this red, or this dull red, is parking lots, and these what I propose is that addressing some of these spaces that are taken up for vehicular purposes, whether they be parking lots or major roads, and valuing them for what they are in relation to these cultural landmarks. And if we get more cultural appreciation out of using a space as a plaza, we should do that by readjusting that, consolidating parking spaces into parking garages that allow more cultural reflection spaces. And here is a rendering of how this might look, readjusting this old parking lot space and turning it into a public plaza with trees that line the road, signaling to viewers or visitors that there is a path that goes along here, and creating such a wide open space allows you to stop and rest, to appreciate the river, to appreciate this historic Oregon bridge that sets up that is part of this cultural heritage of the site. And so the next strategy of the framework is signaling paths between these landmarks. So while the topography of the site provides many opportunities to see these landmarks from many angles, you can't see everything from everywhere. And in cases like these, the same interventions can be used to signal between these spaces of reflection. And they will lead between landmarks. So in this here, we could see an example of this Oregon municipal elevator. And from the city fabric, it's not very visible. You could see the very tip of it, but by extending this promenade path out into the urban fabric, signaling with ground bearing pavement and tree plantings, we could signal to guests that let them know that there are sites of significance that they're headed towards, or that they're headed in a direction of historical landmarks. And yeah, so, oh, sorry about that. Yeah, using a variety of street trees, pavement, and sculptures along these corridors, they'll act as cues, leading visitors between the two, setting up visual corridors from the ground as well as from the multi-leveled topography of Oregon City, allowing one to see from a glance that where your future path could be taken, allowing you to see the city from multiple angles. And in that, we can set up a view, a revaluing of these historical landmarks within context of each other by setting these pedestrian corridors throughout the city and leading visitors to areas of strategic location. We can set visitors up to see these monuments of contrasting histories. So on this first section, we can see here, we've got a section of Oregon history that spans from its beginning, or at least the beginning of Oregon City as we know it now, to the near present, with John Storm Park being built in 2009. And by leading visitors to this Abernathy Creek Park, which I'm proposing, providing access to this highway median, gives visitors a view of this park, the natural wonders of the riverfront, the natural river system, as well as a view of the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. And we get to see past development and present development all simultaneously, allowing this complex history to be folded into one single view. And by doing this throughout the city, we provide a more multi-layered understanding of the city, being able to take it all in at once. So the city for example, with the second section, we have the municipal elevator and the Oregon City Arch Bridge, both engineering marvels, and allows you to, this paints a picture of Oregon City as an industrial capital of this area. Shows its industrial past, are down here, contrasting the Portland General Electric substation with a hydroelectric power water reservoir and the Willamette Falls, all dealing with electricity and water, but built at different times. And as time has passed, the connection, the mental connection between these two may not be the most clear. And so by providing spaces where all three can be seen, visitors gain an understanding of how the city developed and how it continues to develop. And so here we can see an iconic view looking down at the falls, seeing how it's developed, that the natural development that created the falls, that provided the ecologies of this site, the cultures that took advantage of it, that fished there, that built their cities, that built their infrastructure upon natural formations, and see this contrasting history, the development, the multi-layered development throughout time, and all while providing views of where you can go to next to more further understand this cultural heritage that exists within Oregon City. Yep. And that is it.
I can start this time, team. Hey, Drew, thanks for that presentation. I loved a lot of the way that you represented ideas. The layering of like three-dimensional drawings with design, in some ways crude. I can see you're like drawing these over Google Earth images. It's something I do a lot in my own work because it's just a really efficient way to kind of look at things. And I loved the way you nested your recommendations within larger cultural ideas of the landscape. So like kind of taking us high level and then showing us a for example. In that way, it felt truly like a framework. Because it wasn't so locked into a single idea or site, but really a series of things you could imagine could become like, typological experiences. I think, and I really loved some of the use of imagery, historic imagery, in combination with plan and section. I thought that was really effective. I think the bigger question I have for you is really just like, what's next for Oregon City, right? I mean, your project could fall into a trap of sort of fetishizing a past for this place that's wonderful and clearly sublime and exceptional in that way. But like, as you think about these systems of energy and production and industry, and you think about 21st century Oregon City, like it would be nice for you to layer onto it some understanding of what we contribute now as a culture and besides just a reflection on our past, but like, where are we going, and are there interventions that start to set up some new understanding of what the future of Oregon City could be, building on that or in contrast to that, or what do you think about that? What did you think as you were working on it?
That was in my mind, and there's older iterations that we're working on trying to set up a plan for developing a denser urban fabric. Because one of the concerns that I was looking up was that housing is just getting expensive, like all of the Pacific Northwest. People are wanting more housing, more dense housing, and I guess the parking garage idea, or like that little segment of it, was initially thinking of trying to consolidate more than just parking as a way to develop provide an example for like more dense development, but it was having a hard time developing, and I really wanted to focus on the cultural aspect of it, being able to understand that. But I do agree that was something that I wanted to do, to be able to address the future development that I wasn't able to quite get in some of these more future concerns.
So third semester is super challenging because it's the first time that you really approach landscape at like a large system scale, and you set up this framework, and this framework is supposed to be like, a vision for how you think that, landscape interventions or urban design interventions can really kind of change the world and have a point of view and a perspective of, about how neighborhoods form or how people relate to their environment, or how you reconcile sort of like the history of the place. There's, multiple lenses that you can look back and sort of approach this at. Where I think the trick and the magic is to kind of relate those big systems, those lines on a page, into like volumes and like a physical framework, a physical kit of parts that you can say that like this type of intervention, this type of street, this type of way of thinking about parking garages, or thinking about surface parking in general, you can really start to think about those lines as volumes, as physical spaces that stitch in to the site. So can you flip back to your first plan where you had all of the little historical context sites? Well, even this plan, you represent your plan is represented as like squares, squares overlaid over the city system. But if you're trying to sort of stitch these interventions into the fabric and starting to pull people through it, you know, thinking about the next level, thinking about this is like, what are those lines that connect those interventions, you know, look like in space? What is the project that the city is going to say, hey, you know, landscape architecture firm, or hey, you know, designer, like, what does this look like? This, you know, what is the scope of work here? I think this is what's kind of missing a little bit from this project, is like, you've got a series of interventions that are, you know, interesting, and you've really been thoughtful about the history and sort of their immediate like spatial location, looking at topography, looking at use, but stitching them back together into sort of like a big picture vision of how these series of micro interventions really have a, you know, the large systemic impact on the city. I think that's, you know, where this semester, I think that jump would have helped you to really push the idea of how these micro interventions turn into like a macro idea.
For sure, yeah. I agree, and it's all this has been on my mind, and it's just figuring out. I guess, admittedly, I'm kind of a history buff, like a passive history buff, so I did spend a lot of time on that. But thinking of understanding how these systems thread through the city, and how I don't know. I ended up finding a lot of historical marks where the systems are present, like hundreds of years old, hundreds of years in the process, and still continuing to shape that. But being able to figure out how to show that and understanding where that's going is been a hard time trying to figure out how to represent that or even talk about it, really. But I agree that it's not something I was overly successful in representing here, and I want to keep pursuing that, trying to figure out how to make it more cohesive, I guess, not thinking of them as like solid nodes, but thinking of how their influence spreads out from these nodes less discreetly.
Yeah, I think, you know, trying to figure out like, what's the relationship of like, why these nodes, like, are these neat, you know, what are the metrics, what are the frameworks that we're guiding you and sort of selecting these as the ones to focus on, or what's the hierarchy, or what's the relevance to their sort of the way that you've kind of picked them and tried to make a network of them. I think you know, part of that a little bit came across. It was a little hard to read in your presentation. I think that if you kind of, you know, sit with the project, sit with what you're trying to accomplish, and really be very clear and intentional about what your goal, like why you're proposing this, like what are you trying to accomplish. I think the first time you sort of hinted at that goal of you know, connecting these interventions, we were, you know, 10 slides into your presentation the first time that you're like, I have, you know, thought important. And so, you know, being at front and center with your goals and with your vision will help you navigate through the systems, because, you know, you'll start to tie in everything. Everything's always, you know, all of it's always going to relate back to your overall goal, and sort of the pieces that you choose to show are making arguments for you. Like, you're going to draw things, or you're going to show things that help you strengthen that argument. But you have to be very clear about what your sort of your vision is.
Yeah,
For sure.
Sort of piggybacking on, I think, both what Gina and Nellie said. The big question I had written down for myself is, why would people come here? It's nice, but why would you come here? And Gina sort of touched on this. It's, you know, Portland metro region is like 2.7 million people, and Oregon City is 35,000. It's very much a bedroom community of Portland, which has this crazy housing market, which is impossible to buy, impossible to rent even. And there are plans for, you know, expanded Max Line service to Oregon City, and expanded, you know, some magic light rail that we're going to have at some point. But thinking about who, you said a lot, the visitors, the audience, the visitors, and I'm thinking, well, who are those visitors and what do they need and what do they want? So what's that overarching idea? And I think to me, I just want to commend you. This is a really hard site, and I can think of few tougher sites. So I think you're rightly struggling with a really complicated site. And so to me, there's sort of what happens at this scale studio is you're grappling with the site and understanding it enough to know what are the big questions. And to me, there are two big questions here. One is, what's in Oregon City? Like, who's your audience? Why are they here? Who are we really dealing with? And one is, holy mac, how do we deal with this history? Because it's complicated. And so those two, who's your audience and how you deal with it, to me are the big questions. So they're sitting over there. Once you've figured out what your big questions are, and I think you grabbed the history, I'm not sure you grabbed who's the audience, then what are my strategies for dealing with these big questions? And in an ideal world, then you have what's the design solution. And I feel like you have a Venn diagram that's questions and strategies, and I want it to get closer and closer. So it's really getting into a level of design. I feel like you grappled with the site and the questions so much that you had time to get strategies, but they didn't quite get the time to Venn diagram into a real design solution, which again, process next time, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I do want to note, I don't know where you all are from, and I don't know the context in Texas, but I do want to note that we have living tribes in Oregon throughout Cascadia, and this is unceded land. The tribes were bullied into signing a secession treaty that was never ratified by Congress or the presidents. So this is technically legally Kalapuya, Malala, Yakima land. So the political context is really complicated, and that the Grand Ronde had to buy back land that is actually theirs is weird and contentious. So every time we deal with lands that are complicated for Native tribes here, and in particular significant lands, the history gets even harder. So I noted that you talked about in the sections, which I really liked, you talked about the falls themselves, history of like millions of years ago. And then history started at 1811 with the Oregon Trail. And I was like, woo, there's a big chunk that's missing. And how do we engage, embrace, describe the history of the tribes that still live here? So I think that's and it's, again, not to be a broken record, but it's something that we have to deal with here with living tribes, but also we should be dealing with the history of our complicitness as landscape architects in whose story gets told, who has agency on the land, who owns the land. So I would encourage you all to check the sort of political legal history of the lands that you're working on, regardless of where it is. There are very few landscapes that do not have a complicated political history behind them. It reminded me a little bit, actually. Two thoughts. One, Halprin's timeline spiral at Sea Ranch, I think would be a kind of fun graphic to think about. Is there a way to update that from the 60s to like 2020? But the way he thought about timelines, a logarithmic timeline that incorporates geology, ecology, critters and animals, cultural histories. It's a really interesting diagram to dig into. And the other project this reminded me of was Sarah Zudi's Valongo Wharf in Rio, and the idea of the city itself as a performative landscape. And what might that be as a strategy here? What's the kind of performative landscape of the history of this place and the sort of entanglements of tribal and European settlement? I really liked the sections. I had actually just written down needs sections, and then you flipped forward and there were 3 sections, and I was like, oh, well, there we go. So I really appreciate that as a way of thinking about landscapes as a series of sections that are thick and complicated and provide view sheds. And so I'd encourage all of you to keep thinking in section. It's super important.
Very cool. Yeah, thank you. This is helping a lot, figuring out. It's like all the ideas that have been jumbled in the back of my head that I thought I had sorted out, and then you guys are pulling the forward. It's like, oh yeah, this part, yes, of course. It's like, yeah, but I really appreciate the way you guys are talking about it, especially when you mentioned the living tribes, because I did research and I was having a hard time finding definite research, but the way you talked about it, thinking of what you can look up, just looking up property ownership or things like that, thinking of that as a system and looking into the history from that lens would be helpful in understanding. So you're helping me think of ways that I could push this further. So thank you guys. This has been awesome.
And I just dropped in the chat a website that maps the extensive native tribes. It also has languages and treaties, and that can be super interesting to look at the treaty history of the land that you're working on.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. Cool.
Thank you so much, Drew. It was a really good conversation about a lot of the complicated themes that you've been wrestling with from the very beginning of the studio. You have had critiques of some of the existing approaches of how views are valued, and then turning those into the really layered histories of this complicated site that you found. Has been tricky, but I really appreciate how steadfast and how deep you've gotten into your understanding of the place. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Ingrid, you're going to take us back into Portland.
Oh, sorry, 1 sec. My sister's dog just busted into the room. 1 minute, sorry.
Okay. Jurors, this has been a really great conversation. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry about that. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Ingrid, and let's just jump right in. So my project focuses in a very different area than Lyda and Drew. I am focused in East Portland, which is on the edges of the city. And today I just wanted to discuss some proposed design interventions for reclaiming East Portland to its residents from the automobile. So starting with the history of Portland, the city was built along the river's edge, just like Lyda had discussed. And then it's really been tied closely to infrastructural and transportation changes. So it was marked by this kind of grid system when it was living next to the riverfront. The streetcar kind of pushed the edges out and gave it a different form. And then finally with the automobile, which is what is the main focus today, the city stretched to the furthest edges as people could go further in a shorter amount of time. A lot of what I did at the very beginning of research was kind of trying to think of these typologies based off this transportation. So Portland is really well known for a 200 by 200 foot grid that marks the majority of the city. But with the streetcar system, there started being these rectilinear lots to accommodate larger business front space. And then finally, as we all know, the automobile kind of shaped the lots into a suburban landform that was insular, wide, and, as I argued, disconnected residents from their amenities by having to rely on a car system and not being able to walk. So in trying to quantify this issue of the suburban lifestyle, people not being disconnected from each other, but also their amenities, one quantification of it is, as Drew had discussed, there's a complete neighborhood ethos in Portland that supports people being within a 20-minute walk to their amenities as well as park systems. As you can see, East Portland is very much lacking in these complete neighborhoods. One example of the metro within the complete neighborhood is grocery store access. Again, East Portland residents have to walk longer and have to walk in an undesirable walking condition to get to these grocery stores. And then finally, the presence of sidewalks. That's a big one. As you know about the history of the suburb, when people relied on the automobile, they didn't need sidewalks anymore. And it became a culture of just kind of driving to a place and getting back into their house, and all within the shelter of the car. So in trying to give an image to what this might look like on the ground and what we can do about it, this is my site. As you can see, downtown Portland is over here. This is the boundary of East Portland. It's very large. And to kind of start to build up this framework of how we can intervene with this really segregating car infrastructure and kind of penetrate it, I wanted to focus on just one section of this very large part of East Portland. So using this as kind of a basis, we move forward with what to do. So in thinking about how cars and car infrastructure and street structures have influenced the residents and why it might not be desirable, just to give you an idea of some boots on the ground understanding. This is a view from the parking lot of the grocery store, what I call a commercial lot that exists in this plan. It's just a lot of cars, as we all know, a lot of asphalt, and then the walk to get there is just next to big cars. The sidewalk is there, but it's unprotected. No one, even if they can walk there, really wants to. And then getting into the neighborhood corridor, which are these kind of bisecting smaller streets and what they look like. There is actually really lovely, within the residential fabric, there's very lovely garden culture. And so I argue that this can be left alone. You don't need to necessarily worry about putting sidewalks there, as these are low volume streets and quite beautiful. Then on the neighborhood corridor itself, which is smaller trafficked in the commercial corridor, there is still a lack of sidewalks, but there are potentials for intervention within not just the corridor itself, but these smaller neighborhood lots that exist off of them. They're not very frequented, they're large swaths, and used to be required by Portland to have a certain square footage for these kinds of residential business buildings that are located here that the city no longer requires. So they're potentially oversized and ripe for redoing. So in thinking about the site analysis, looking at the specifics of what these corridors are, where they are, the streets, amenities that people might want to walk to, and then the parking lots existing within it, I wanted to kind of start to focus in on what we could do and how we can shape them and what would be of most use to the people within it. I also wanted to do a little more thinking about what it would actually mean to remove the predominantly asphalt cover and how the material can be recycled and reused in these design interventions. So in general, what this boils down to is creating a walkable and bikeable main corridor that is safe, visible, and open. To be this one right here. This would bring the residents within to these larger commercial lots to access daily needs such as grocery stores, gyms, etc. that exist there today. provide opportunities for new destinations of commerce that build towards an expressive community and complete neighborhood. A lot of my design is really centered on the fact that to create a complete neighborhood, you need to provide not just safe access to existing amenities, but also create new ones so that more people can access what they might need. So this will predominantly be focused in these neighborhood lots, which will be more flexible, smaller scaled commercial uses that can be responsive to the surrounding residents rather than your general Target or Winco, if you know what that is. And then finally, deep haven concentrated parking lots to be multi-use, green, and community focused. This really ties back into the reuse of materials and recycling and helping with not just green infrastructure, but just beautification in general, quality of walkability. So this is more of a conceptual collage. In thinking about the look of reusing this asphalt and how we might plant for both wayfinding or textures. I really love the idea of having a community-focused removal of asphalt, which already exists today in Portland, known as the DPAVE group, and they're basically community-driven, completely self-sufficient, a lot of people that will just plan on coming in and taking out concrete and asphalt, etc. However, they don't really reuse the materials so much. So this would be kind of an opportunity to both chunk up the asphalt, plant things in it, or use the gravel that exists below the asphalt for things like rain gardens, as well as other opportunities for filling in pavers. So in thinking about how this could look, focusing on the commercial corridor, this would be something that I say is safe and open. It'd be lined with kind of this reused, chunked up asphalt concrete, and would become a civic promenade, which would lead from the residential fabric to the commercial lot. This would accommodate high volume traffic, both people, and protecting the higher volume of car traffic along the commercial corridor, or existing commercial corridor for cars. The commercial parking lot itself would be accommodated to have a large park, a plaza, and multi-use pathways. This is really about creating more of a staying space rather than just going, parking your car, going into the store, and then leaving. This is about connecting people and activating the existing storefronts today. This is a little bit of what that might look like. I imagine there being large areas for people to sit and to people watch, as well as just gathering space and potential storm water system. My headset might die, it just told me. Neighborhood parking lot. Let me just go ahead and switch. It's not letting me switch, so we'll see. So the neighborhood parking lot would be converted into also multi-use space. I imagine this is being integrated with smaller scaled commerce opportunities, as well as a mixed use of commerce and parks, such as community gardens. There would be opportunities for community sculptures and art spaces, as well as just this being more of a flexible intervention that can be put into different lots around the city. People would gather here, walking closer to this than the commercial lot, and there's many opportunities here for just, again, more flexible year-round programming. And in general, this is what it might look like if you green these areas and add these typologies to the intervention. That's all.
I really appreciate the clarity of your project. Great job. Like there is a very clear idea, a clear intervention, and like, okay, this is how we do it. This is what this looks like, and here's how to go about it. Like there's an elegance to how focused you were in what you were studying and sort of the impacts that you were trying to work through and accomplish. So I commend you for that.
Did you, I agree wholeheartedly with that, and the range of drawings again. Did you talk about transit at all? Did I miss discussion of transit? Ingrid?
Mostly as it relates to just walking and biking. I'm sorry, they literally just, my life is very chaotic. They just started chopping up trees at my neighbor's house.
Okay.
So
I can hear you. I know it's distracting, but it's totally fine.
Yeah. So no, not public transit. It was more about walkability. It's really hard to get across, but part of what was important to me was, and I know this isn't like necessarily what transit represents. It was about kind of amplifying East Portland itself. And I feel like transit sometimes is focused on connecting people to other areas, like specifically downtown. And while I know that that's important, I just, it was about helping East Portland as it stands today.
And I appreciate it. And I think like Nellie said, it was really focused and elegant, that you kept it kind of laser sharp on this part of town. But I just think transit would have been the key to unlocking the actions you're taking, because, you know, people drive for a reason. They have to go other places. And so, you know, I think all of these strategies are super sound. I think nice representation. I think you could do even more to talk about sort of like the suburban residential neighborhood and how that feeds into these bigger systems of urban connectivity. But the transit really is critical if you're going to make that shift, right? You have to have it built into an urban strategy that's like, okay, so people are going to change the way they live. Every day they're going to walk to the grocery store, and to get to work or to get to the bigger destinations, they're going to do this other thing. And I'm going to make that the best experience. And it doesn't have to be, you don't have to make it a transit project, but I think that piece would have then made everything else feel really grounded and really feasible in a way. And then it would also be nice to think about like, what's the best way to deal with a really green to and from to major transit hubs within this neighborhood as well. Maybe I'm oversimplifying that, but that just felt like, Ingrid, the one kind of missing the linchpin for me. Yeah,
that's totally, that's valid. I'm actually, I mean, it's hard with COVID, right? I think it's like been challenging to think about this project and just landscape architecture in general about what it would mean with transit in particular and public transit. But even now I'm a big proponent for a bus system and it's being like democratic. And so yes, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm very, very worried about what the pandemic will do to public transit and all the gains that we've made in that infrastructure. But I also do know that I've seen some like just really early projects coming out of places like New York City where people are saying, okay, well, like, how do we rethink transit to be a healthier environment that's not forcing people to be confined, and you know, all of these things that we just take for granted. So I think there's real innovation potential there to think about it and to make it part of a green super smart. So but yeah, really nice otherwise.
Yeah, my first question that I had jotted down was TOD ? Transit oriented development. I want to encourage all of you to use your graphics as infographics. So just in a quick Google search, I was like demographics East Portland, and I found, 52,000 people use cars, 6,000 use buses or trolley bus, 1,000 use bicycles, and then order of magnitude 100 each railroad, motorcycle, taxi. So that in itself tells me like, whoa, this is super car dependent. Is there a way we can shift off of the car, and what does that look like? Sorry, I missed walking, which is 1,300. So, so walking and biking are kind of have a little blip, and can you increase that blip in a way? And so that as a diagram, like I want to move people from this 52,000 car to this 1,000 walk and bike. Well, what does that look like then? How do you make streets more walkable and bikeable? The big question for me here is what makes a project comprehensive? And you picked a scale of inquiry that I really think is a good and appropriate one, which is this district within the broader system. So that's your focal scale. And I think you did a nice job thinking about that focal scale. And then you have to support that with details, drilling down to whatever your focal scale is, the detail scale is going to be different. So for you, that's the kind of material detail, the experiential detail, what kind of trees, what kind of paving. I think you did a really nice job with that. But it also has to be situated in a larger contextual scale. And that's where I feel like you presented an argument at a contextual scale that was compelling, the complete streets, the food deserts, but you didn't present a strategy at the larger contextual scale. So I don't understand how this successful site strategy or the successful node strategy and the successful material strategy fits into a larger contextual strategy. Like, how does this make all of East Portland better? Or is this just one single thing? So again, for everybody, I would encourage you to think about those kind of context scale, inquiry scale, and detail scale. I think you nailed the inquiry and the detail, but I'm missing a little bit on the context, which might get to some of what Gina was saying about, like, well, what is the bigger transportation strategy? Does this only serve these people, or is there a larger network that you're going to propose for bus lines, and these things happen at the critical places for those bus lines? The other big comment that I had was, and this is a comment, this is not a value judgment, it's a little bit divorced from its context of Portland. And in a way that's a bad thing, and in a way it's a good thing, because this is a problem for like every American city. There is this ring of suburban development that is very car dependent and is very kind of has created a way of life that is not healthy and not sustainable. So in a way, you're addressing a universal American problem. But I do kind of want to drill it back down into Portland. And maybe the key for me there is the climate here. And I mean the actual physical climate, not the cultural or political climate. And you touched on water. You know, the way that we get water is weird here, in that we're a monsoon climate. It is completely dry in the summer. There is no rain for 6 months, and then it just drizzles for 6 months. And so we do have to deal with that monsoon quality. And so I would appreciate a few images that show a thinking about seasonality, that show thinking about, you know, what does it mean to create this universal solution in this particular place? And I had one other comment that I wanted to make, and it just flew right out of my mind. Oh, I know. Yeah. I wanted like a heart sticker when you put up that the depave graphic. I just loved that. I wanted to be like, yeah, ding, heart sticker.
I wanted to give you a heart sticker, Rox. Yeah, I agree. And I wanted to give you a heart sticker when you just did that quick Google search and got the, you know, we talk a lot. That was like, I was like, oh, that would take me a couple days maybe. But I think that we talk a lot about mode share. How, you know, the pie chart of like all the ways people move and what percentage they do by what. And I think Roxy just gave you some really profoundly good advice to show that, and then show how much can we shift that? Can we get, you know, 20% of people out of cars, and what would that free up in terms of demand? That sort of argument, super relevant, super something we're going to do all the time, you know. And then what are all the modes, and how do you start to make all of them better? You did a really nice job of presenting, I think, the pedestrian and bicycle realms very clearly, but showing it within that data would make it a home run. Agree. Heart sticker. I think there is one. Here we go. Both of you.
No, I agree about, you know, that this project could really be strengthened using metrics to really make your arguments and hit that home, and like talk about, you know, my sidewalks are this wide because I know that, you know, every day 10,000 people are going to get from point A to point B based on, you know, these patterns, and sort of, you know, using metrics beyond like lip service, because I know that is something that, you know, we tend to do. It's like we pull up these, you know, these data, it's like, look at all of our GIS maps and now look at our intervention, but really tying our interventions back to real sort of numbers, something, you know, to dig into. You know, I think just makes the intervention sort of that much richer. It ties it back. It helps, cities move through policy, find funds. It helps build like these integral partnerships that are what makes this work. So you've got to get the developers on board. You've got to get the city on board. You've got to get their transportation department on board. You've got to get their public works department on board. To pull something like this off, it's really a collective, and sort of the vision is what brings people to the table and what starts to set that argument. And I think that's what's really interesting about our profession, is that we are part, visionaries, like, hey, we've got this cool idea, but it's also part facilitation. Like, that is a skill, that is a strategy that kind of we have the power and potential to invent our projects and then figure out how to make them happen by bringing all these people to the table. And I think something like this, has real potential and real legs, because you can identify, very clearly the systems that you're working in, the people who relate to those systems, and just kind of, package it together and make a really compelling argument that way.
Thank you for all these very insightful comments. I very much, I agree with all of them. It's funny. I have the data, right? Like, I have the metrics. Maggie knows I've been pretty focused on basically this tearing up of car infrastructure, reclaiming for citizens topic. And it's been challenging to work at this scale and moving between this larger East Portland down to this neighborhood, and how to zoom back out rather, and represent that as a system. And while I, have been developing those maps, it's quite a lot to tackle. And I certainly, in talks with Maggie, am looking forward to actually continuing with this project, because it is so important to me. And I plan on representing in a more infographic way. Like, Gina, your illustrations are always really beautiful. The simple metrics of it, and also hopefully without a limitation of slides, bringing in the slides that I have that are comparing it to other parts of Portland to show that, yeah, this is a very different culture and a very different look than the other very walkable, connected Portland. And how is this helping that, and what does it mean to help? And also kind of following through with what I know the East Portland residents is more parks and more connection. Again, bringing in those words that I've read and stuff is something that I certainly intend to do. So, but thank you so much. I love the seasonality comment. I lived in Portland for a little bit, and I feel like that gives it also ties into the culture of it beyond just the logistics. It's kind of, I don't know, it's hard to put a finger on, but I think that it's an important identity to all of Portland.
Well, and I also really appreciated that you took a stance on this. Is this a suburb of Portland, or is it a place unto itself? And I think a lot of times suburbs get this vague, identity of nowhere. They're sort of the thing adjacent to the thing that has identity, but the suburb is just meh. And so I think actually focusing on this as its own place, and not just as a satellite of Portland that has to somehow be connected to Portland, but people live their lives here, fully here, and maybe go into Portland for something, but it is its own place and it deserves its own identity. So I appreciated your taking a stance on that.
Yeah.
I also think, and this is maybe going completely off topic, and I shouldn't, it sounds like we're sort of drawing things in and I'm about to blow it apart, but
Let's do it.
I think we really are looking at a fundamental shift coming up in how we use transportation. And there's a lot of research right now on autonomous vehicles and what does it mean when people don't want to own a car anymore. You don't want to pay insurance, you don't want to pay maintenance, you don't want to deal with having to, in cities, pay for a parking garage permit. What does it mean if we deprivatize car ownership? What does it mean to the streetscape? What does it mean to not have to have all that parking when people don't come, park, do their stuff, get back in their car, but they get dropped off by an autonomous vehicle that can go into a garage somewhere else? So I think there is a question that is quite pressing in our discipline in urban design, which is what is the future of the public streetscape? And I think your project touches on that as well.
Right, definitely. I have no idea how we're doing on time. I think, Maggie, are we okay?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
You know, I guess in going off of that, you know, as I mentioned, it's difficult. It's been difficult dealing with this scale, especially the fact that this is like a primarily urban environment. And in terms of like graphics, like having like a landmark that there doesn't exist. Like there's no waterfront, there's no like big thing to point to. And so in thinking, I've learned a lot this semester about how to work with those kinds of structures of graphics. So I am interested in bringing in an autonomous aspect into this. I guess I would like to hear some just information, some tips about tying in not just like differences of scale, but also that kind of difference of timeline, you know, so looking forward and planning for something that is happening way down the line, but still will happen is I think a challenge and an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, and do you wind up with the graphic of like the Chrysler building with a Zeppelin landing at the 50th story, and you're like, yeah, well, that was awkward.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you know, you did all the right things, Ingrid, in terms of like the urban scale. When you don't have a riverfront, you identified the main corridors, the anchors, the kind of, I think street grid hierarchy becomes your bone structure. In this case, where there isn't a kind of major feature or a major central gathering space. I think you did all the right things on that front. I do think your project is about time, right? It is about sort of like undoing over time. And so I think you could reflect on the autonomous vehicle. You could, Roxy, I don't know, I've never spoken about this, but to you maybe, but I just like, I have this like total chip on my shoulder about autonomous vehicle studies. I know it's necessary, but I kind of feel like it's just like this. I think it's like, and everything that I've seen so far is just like suddenly people are going to spend more time in the street on, you know, movable tables and chairs. There's going to be tons of bike racks. I mean, some of it's true, but some of it's just so fanciful, I guess. I don't know what to say. I just, there's something about a good old fashioned street that I do kind of love still. And so, but I think your project kind of goes that way because you're talking about, you know, dieting, kind of like skinnying of the paved infrastructure over time. And so that could be a really effective strategy. So it's just a matter of sort of like how that phases. I don't know. I was going to say something gendered about it, just about autonomous vehicles becoming this like technocratic view.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like,
yeah.
This love of the machine, the love of the technical solution, which does have a gender bias to it.
Yeah, technocratic, and that, and like the whole like what's the, you know, alternate reality visual modeling, like those two things together, I'm like, I don't want anything to do with it. So, I just want to be out there like planting some trees. But I think it is coming, and it's going to fundamentally change the way we do things. And your project isn't mutually exclusive of that, right? It's a sort of building toward that, which is really nice. So my 2 cents.
Yeah, it feels just like, it reminds me of looking back on, you know, just diagrams from like the 50s where they were planning for the future, and it's like it ends up being completely like overdone and like, you know, out there, and like, do we want to change space to accommodate something that we don't even know what it's going to actually look like or do? You know, could we like over aim or something? Is interesting for me to think about with autonomous vehicles too.
Well, and another way to perhaps think about, you know, time and phasing is a way to set priorities. Like, are there corridors in this, you know, in this district that are priorities because they're located near like transit centers, they're located near grocery stores, or located near schools? Like, what are the priorities within this project? Like, you know, even in the drawing that we're looking at right now, like everything is represented as like the same green, the same equal, but are there streets that are going to be more sort of impactful if you do them day one and kind of set the precedent, and then you start to feather out and figure out. You can start to think about like how you would phase this over time and start to set up these sort of skeletons and frameworks for how these neighborhoods, you know, go from being just a blanket uniform suburban neighborhood into like, okay, this is how I'm carving out this district, this is how I'm carving out this other district based on like these priorities. And I think that, you know, that helps to tie back to the overall context of like the why and how this is fitting into a bigger picture problem, because then you do start to get to address some of those bigger life questions like food scarcity, social equity, like tying into those social problems with a very physical intervention.
Yeah, I think on that note, I definitely am more interested in the neighborhood law intervention of what I call the POC, like pocket of opportunity, because I think it's, as Maggie has said before, it's like an acupuncture treatment and like focusing on those pockets within the city and those being new centers for people that are, again, flexible and responsive to the economy and desires of the residents next to them, because there's more of them. And that smaller scale is a good like anchoring, I think, for kind of revitalizing the community. But anyways.
And I think this is true for all three of the projects we've seen. I just want to echo what Nellie said, because I think it's really important. An idea of hierarchies, and like where in this particular project, where is the big grocery store and where's just the neighborhood grocery store where I need some milk and I just want to go grab some milk real quick, like, but I don't need to travel 20 minutes, a half an hour. I just want to walk out my door and get some milk, you know? And so is there a hierarchy of streets? Is there a hierarchy of food supply areas? Is there a hierarchy of the regional gathering or the neighborhood gathering versus the kind of block party? And really thinking about how do you both design and think about, but also represent and express that hierarchy of systems.
Exactly, yeah, and that is like what I try to get at with this, of the smaller scale neighborhood POC, and then the larger commercial lot being just the bigger retails and duo of them. But
yeah,
definitely representing that.
The corridors are so fundamental to your project that yeah, could have been nice at the beginning to start with, and maybe you did this, but it feels like forever ago now that you presented your project. But you know, a hierarchy, that your read on the hierarchy of streets, right? Major collectors, minor collectors, neighborhood streets, dead ends, or you know, you're going to show me now that you did that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I'm like it. The fact that you like it should be pointed out more though if it's not like coming to mind. So that's
or that the framework then shows us like the condition of each and kind of
right.
like, you know what I mean? And because like
Absolutely.
maybe the suburban streets don't have sidewalks. Maybe they do, but it's only on one side. Maybe they do and it's on both sides, but you think it'd be smarter to put on one side so you could have more area for porous, whatever. But that, you know, I think that's just in the way you did with the big lot, little lot, parks, spaces, same thing with the streets. So yeah, I see.
And
I see, but it's map based, right? So nice to see it as sort of like either a Google Earth street view of all the different conditions, or something that starts to give it us an anatomy, a structure. Mm-hmm.
And reiterating the scale up comment, that it would be nice to see that at the kind of East Portland, like where are the series of centers? What's the hierarchy of the big streets and the little streets? What's the hierarchy of neighborhood versus pocket, or sorry, kind of regional versus neighborhood? And then zoom in to your study area. But create the kind of larger framework system first.
And then solve poverty and world hunger. And then that semester's over. Success.
And there you go.
That's next semester. Okay, really appreciate it. I don't want to take any more time, but thank you so much. I love this female crew and the insights you guys have. It feels very refreshing.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. You have one of the drawings that you were asked for started. You just have to finish it. We have a couple minutes to wrap up before the session closes, and I know we get to see Roxy again this afternoon. So I want to ask Gina and Nellie if they have any sort of closing summary comments or questions.
Just Maggie, I guess we talked this morning about the process of the class, the course, and the different kinds of stages, and you talked about these collage drawings as a way to, I think the ones we saw, I mean, it's hard to distinguish exactly what was what, but I'm assuming, Ingrid, the one we loved of the sort of like deconstruction of the asphalt was one of those quick collage drawings. Very effective. I mean, what a powerful way to just sort of like get your main idea on one image that's not, you know, labored and metrics and all of that. I thought super effective and not something you often see. I think at this, and Nellie probably will reinforce this, but you know, this idea that sometimes projects become so map centric and plan centric, and those collages are a really nice breathing moment for your audience to really get what you're after. And so I thought that was really super effective technique, Maggie.
Thank you. I completely agree. That appeared very quickly, and it's just like plugging into Ingrid's brain.
It's the North Star, you know,
Yeah.
It's the Project North Star. You just, and sometimes you try to tell it in so many other ways, and yeah, it worked there.
Felt very right making it, and nice to not do a map-based thing, or making them, I should say, but yeah, that one in particular.
No, commendable job, everyone, for digging into such a complex project of not only dealing with like mega regions and, you know, huge landscape systems and urban scales, but finding a project that you're passionate about, that shows insight as to how you view the world and what kind of a landscape architect you want to be. Like, really take these projects as you go forth and you start to look for a job, or you start to talk to people and start to interview firms, like, hey, this is what I'm really passionate about. This is what I'm really interested in. I made this project, you know, I directed myself, I directed my point of study, and, you know, here's how I think about the world. And that, you know, discuss yourself in that way. Like, I think that's where this project will live on and sort of push forward and keep pushing your own ideas as you go forth, and kind of take these lessons of how you structure an argument, of how you pick what scale you're working at, how you pick what you represent. Because it's not about just representing this specific project, but it's representing hopefully what will be a person, a designer, a thinker, and, you know, moving you to the next level.
That's such great advice. And I feel like I've really gotten to know each of the students' personal agendas, and we've had a lot of conversations about how each of us defines the field and our role, and how we can kind of push up against that. And I think it's an important thing to keep reflecting on as well. Any other questions from students, or Roxy, if you have observations about Portland that you'd like to note now? We have just a couple minutes left.
I think I sort of made my big comments, but I'll reiterate them. I think the one, when you're dealing with any project, to think about what's my scale of inquiry, where am I focused, and how to situate and how to get specific. That's a really critical idea for a project to feel really comprehensive and situated. And then this isn't specific to Portland, other than I know the history of Portland, and therefore, you know, as the local, I'm sort of like, hey, know how to pronounce things, be correct about certain things. There was a comment about the Rocky Mountains, which have next to no influence on Cascadia. We're sandwiched between the Coast Range and the Cascades. So sort of get the lingo, get the pronunciation, more critical when you're presenting to a local audience, but also you can find a lot in a quick Google search just about, like, you know, I just did redlining Portland, and there's a whole report about the racist history of land use policy in Portland with graphics and or the tribal lands map. Drill down to where you are as deeply and as quickly. Don't make it a belabored like thesis project, but find the kind of 3 to 5 critical histories of a place. I don't think anybody working in Portland mentioned the Olmsted Brother Plan. Seattle also has an Olmsted Brother Plan. These things are sort of important histories of the place that create the land use framework for a place. So I would encourage you all to do a quick, take one studio session, drill down, what's the kind of land use policy history of the place I'm working in. Policies are super boring, but super important.
That's so helpful. Thank you.
But really terrific work, everybody. I'm very impressed, and also as the person looking out at the Coast Range, I'm always impressed when students are given a project that's somewhere else, and how do you learn to do that remote research and learn to understand a place from a distance. And I'm really impressed with the level of specificity that you guys were able to get, in particular in an era when none of us can travel. So nice job.
That means a lot. We usually get to travel for the studio, and we've been sorting that out through Google Maps and other artifacts, which is a useful set of skills, and these guys have really stepped up to that challenge. Okay, well, we are going to take our break now. I will see the students back at 12:30. Nellie, Gina, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Roxy, thank you. We'll see you later. And thank you. Thank you all. Great work, guys.
Thanks all for coordinating fashion. That was really fun.
Thank you for having us. It's been lovely.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'll see you this afternoon.
Have a great holiday, you guys. Bye. Bye, Maggie.
Bye.
Bye. I miss you. Bye.
Hi, Kim.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. I think we were shared a little bit of review time yesterday, but I don't think we've ever met in person. It's great
I
to
don't
meet you.
think we have either. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for
Pouring
joining
myself
us.
a cup of coffee over here.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we haven't met. So I currently work at DWG, which is a urban commercial landscape architecture practice in Austin here. I graduated with an MLA from this program at UT in 2014. And prior to that, I was working in architecture in New York. So I kind of switched.
Great.
In the mid 2000s.
Excellent. Well,
So,
thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. It looks like we have everyone assembled. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Maggie, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I hope. Hey, Alan.
Hi, Sam.
Hooray.
Hey, Kim.
Yeah, Kim. Hey.
People are actively moving on my screen, so it's a little hard to figure out what's going on right now.
Yeah, that was happening to me just now too.
I love Kim's bio that she put in with the reviewers. That was the best.
It was a little spicy. I didn't want it to be boring.
Wait, now I have to go read it.
You have to go read it.
It's not that interesting.
Oh my God! It's a total new take on how to introduce yourself as opposed to a list. I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you, Hope.
My opinion.
Are oval tracks mentioned?
Who?
Are oval tracks mentioned?
No, they've been scrubbed out of the bio.
Ugh.
I've been retired for so long now that doesn't really feel like it's good to bring up anymore.
All the more reason to just add some legendary gloss to it.
We will fill Maggie in later.
Okay, yeah. I'll look forward to that.
Only after letting her think about this for a good amount of itchy time.
Okay. It's good to give me something to ponder. All right, I think we have assembled everyone. Yes, great.
And you have inadvertently participated in our turtleneck movement. Did you realize?
I have spies. I knew all about it.
Okay.
Did you guys all agree wear turtlenecks to your final review? Is that some sort of instinct towards protecting yourself?
We just wanted to look like an army of little Steve Jobses, intimidate y'all, You
want to go a wave of monochromatic.
How's that worked for you in the past, Kate?
Not well.
I think we were kind of thinking Hope would be wearing hers.
Yeah. What's up, Hope?
I'm showing my age.
We are joined by a new jury for the second session, focusing on Vancouver. We have Dr. Alan Shearer, Professor Hope Hasbrook, who you both know. We also have Sam Schwartz from Overland Partners joining us. Hooray. And Kim Harding from DWG. And we're going to focus this session on 3 projects in the Vancouver area. And each student should be able to orient you to the site that they have selected, where it is within the Vancouver metro area, its current challenges and the design approach that is looking towards a new urban future. But I'm happy to answer any questions along the way or before we get started. Okay. I am going to turn the platform over to Yue Shen, who's going to get us started for the session. Each student has about 15 minutes for their presentation. And then we have a pretty generous amount of time for discussion. We did around 35 minutes total, which allowed some wrap-up time. And if we start to run over, I will put a note in the chat to wrap up. All right, Yue.
Is my screen on? Sure. So, hi folks, I'm Yue. Today I'm talking about my reimagination of Vancouver's southern waterfront. So, let me mention about my researches done for the previous sessions of the semester. I chose to work on the southern waterfront of Vancouver because compared with the north, where there are abundant parks and urban hubs, this southern riverfront at the edge of Marple neighborhood is more urgent to be changed. You can see this is a place has more issues to be solved and also of significance for the future development of the city. So being an open entrance, it was recited as early as 17th to 18th century, where the Musqueam came to this place. It's also an important node for connection right now because of all of these overpasses that lead people to International Airport and Richmond suburban area to the south and other mega regions on Cascadian mega regions on the south. And the main roads lead people from this area to the west, where the golf courses are and other parks are and the UBC located, and to the east and north where other part of the city is. So this district is a historical industrial district because of the arrival of rail lines since 19th century. So southern Marple at that time became a place for mail industry and gravel industries. Because of a prediction of 2.2 feet sea level rise was predicted, this riverfront is facing a flooding issue that from this terrain map, it means that most of the water age where the industries, the facilities located will be flooded in the future. Continue on the study of the land use based on the neighborhood in a range of 20-minute walk to the waterfront. The South Marple, the existing residential condition of South Marple indicates a dense residences of many single houses, and many of them are rental. And this is a growing community because of the growing industries, and there are a lot of like immigrants. And you can see there's a long history of immigration from the Musqueam's arrival. The existing park spaces indicate an uneven distribution of the parks where it's hard for people living here to access to a park easily after their work or after school. Besides, most of the parks are now in a poor condition, just like really plain and raw land. And these two pictures on the bottom shows the only park at the water edge that is just has no like amenities and directly faces the flood. The existing commercial contains fusion and exotic foods along the oldest main roads because of the migration, and some new malls around the transit station has been settled. Plus, most of the other commercials are industry-related commercials, such as the second-handed exchanges, the recycling, the auto exchanges, furniture, clothes, lumber, and tech repairing. Zoom in a little bit to the fabric beside the river. These stars mean the heritage and the relics. So the marble mitten here proves the early residences of ancient Musqueam. And the other relics, such as the Marple Rail Bridge and the Canada Pacific Railway, which have been abandoned since the beginning of this century, are now underused. There are types of industries in this district, which mainly compose of the lumber, window, tile, furniture manufacturing, and like the auto recycle, repair, exchange, and recycling and transforming we talked about earlier. And there are many light manufacturing and selling, such as the domestics and the modeling labs. Based on the analysis, there are some issues resulted by the industrial occupation. There are limited accesses to water age because of the exclusive roads to the industries, as well as there are a lot of like fences are like wrapping up the lands and avoiding people from accessing the water age. There's a number of large previous industrial lands now being abandoned, like the sawmill, silver tree sawmill here. And we've talked about the flooding issue, which the entire lowland, the industries will be on the high risk. Plus, because of the industrial occupation, a large area of impervious surface is here. So they're like directly linked to the water. There's lack of a soft buffer between the water and the land. Not only the issues distinguished based on the industrial study, but the city proposed projects such as the Arbutus Greenway started in 2016, which makes use of this stretch of the rail line abandoned, and a new Canberra street improvement proposed for the street along the Canada Line transit station will be happen in the next 30 years. Also prove that the necessity of improvement in this industrialized district with a growing community of this neighborhood. So this is a regional improvement strategy on a neighborhood scale. From the riverfront to the residential, you can see that the existing condition means a no buffer between the water and the land. So I would like to add buffer and parks to soak and make a soft edge for the waterfront. And the underused rail could be changed into a rail walk with like informal seating and the aisle swales on both sides. The mixed-use area, which has the industrials and industrial-related commercials, have a lot of impervious surface because of their loose distribution, as well as a lot of ground parking. So there's an integration plus underground parking could be added to improve this condition. And for the residential, there are a lack of good green spaces. So new riverfront parks plus green loops could be proposed for a better walkability. Because of the conversation, so this is my master plan for the core design area. Because of the conversation with the consultant, James, a couple weeks ago, from Vancouver, the South Marpole has been a precious industrial place that some of the industries might be impossible to be moved immediately. Also, like check back the old satellite pictures, the industries are very stable in the past decades, except the rail and the sawmill distinguished. So my core design area will start with the creation of new spaces based on these distinguished abandoned land and facilities, and engage activities related to water and industrial culture to build a reimagined riverfront for more social connection, mainly for people who work and live here. So we can see this is the new green space with the pedestrian connected to the future city proposed Arbutus Greenway and the relic of the rail bridge. And this is the rail walk connected to this new green space. The new green space could be divided into the buffer and in the pedestrian, wrapping the waterfront and providing the recreational access to the water. And there's a land for industrial culture plaza. I will talk about the program in the following pages. And I also think about more diverse programs such as the greenhouse energy stations, the forebay to infiltrate, as well as for water-related activity. And this place is right connected to the existing Canada Line bike line. So this, to improve this place into a new green space is really convincing. So let's start with the programming of the industrial culture and turn it into heritage and opportunity. So this plan will, first of all, this plan will turn the former industrial sawmill here into the new open space and make use of the old railway route into a new connection to the Canada Line, the corridor of the Canada Line station, as well as the Arbutus Greenway. The Industrial Culture Plaza, as I mentioned before, will be added plaza and temporal workshop for creative arts, products, and exhibitions. Plus, there is because of the industrial culture in this district, there are abundant materials such as the recycled metals, the containers, circuit, and lumbers, and waste of manufacturers could be directly used for these arts. Sorry. And the featured old industrial facilities could be turned into the relics preserved, and or like the decks could be turned into the observational deck, or for the decks on the water could be used for a new intention, such as like transporting the wasted lumber and floating lumber from the log boom directly from the deck to the workshop. And the rail walk will partially reserve the track and add some informal planter seatings in the intervals to make the laborers and workers who are working for the industries a place they can take a rest after lunch. And this is also a good place for small gatherings such as stalls, so people can sell and exchange their like industrial related like artifacts and other products here. This is an envision of a dynamic industrial plaza where people can gather, can see the art exhibition, can see the relics from the previous industries, and can see children are really like enjoying this place. This is the program of green spaces and making the green spaces as an infrastructure, both as a recreational infrastructure and an infrastructure dealing with flood and storm. So the abandoned land will be turned into new green spaces and connect to the communities, rail station, and other parks through future green loops, which will create a connected green system for the community. The underused railway will be turned into walkable and seatable corridor with bioswale on both sides, and the buffer and flood management strategies applied here will help to soak the flood and storm and infiltrate the water before the water enter the larger water body. The industries at the edge should be prepared for floods before being moved, maybe in the future decades. So here I distinguish this building to be a possible place for integration and adding the underground garage and making some of these surface parking into small courtyards for the industries. This is how the stormwater and flood management system can function in this area. So previously, there is a sudden drop at the edge of the land, which ranges from 8 feet to 12 feet. And the land continues to be impervious and flat with some contaminants. And move inner, there are like fences and a lot of like cars are now parking at those spaces. So storm water from the urban side will directly come to these places and then enter the water body without infiltration. A new designed green space as infrastructure will provide buffer and forebay and rail walk to infiltrate the storm water, as well as providing people a chance for activities close to water. Plus, there is a semi-underground greenhouse proposed, which I mentioned as a greenhouse energy station, with a green roof on the top so people can spend time on the top of the greenhouse. And there's a biomass gasification plant which could make use of the lumbers and the other materials and turn them into energy to use for the greenhouse. And the greenhouse will also include grocers for people to purchase organic foods from their communities. So this is an energy station for the community. Because there's a lack of pleasant green spaces distinguished in the previous land use study for Marpole neighborhood, this issue leads me to think of a series of recreational programs to make this waterfront as an interesting urban node based on the features to enhance the social connection over the community, which include the greenhouse energy station, the seasonal outdoor planting, which will be composed of the prairies reflecting the seasonality of like different species, and a reed maze close to the forebay that people can play with. And the decks, the stairs, and a stroke could interrupt the linear monotony of the pedestrian, like the linear pedestrian. And there's a series of seating facing the waterfront with landing and ramps. So bicycles come from the Canada bike line here can go through the buffer walk as well. Plus, there is a soft landing area, which is called the playful contour part for the bikers. This is an vision of the programs I talked about before. So trying to do a water, pedestrian, forebay, and prairie plantings and reed maze, and leads to the greenhouse energy station on the back. And a better connected, healthy waterfront is a thing I aim to achieve. The age of the only current waterfront park right now, you can see from the pictures, could be hardly walked through. So a buffer walk strategy is proposed here. The vegetated buffer along the shoreline provides a wetland habitat and a soft edge to face the tidal change, and improved accesses to water strengthens recreational experiences along the water, and gradual change of slope and multiple lines of walkable berms could adapt to the change of the sea level. Aims to provide a better connected, healthy waterfront. A regional strategy cannot happen immediately, have been put into the future phases. So right now, the current core design area is turned distinguished underused waterfront lands into public amenities. 5 years later, there will be green loops extending from the neighborhood, combining the practice of Vancouver's slow street, limiting the vehicle driving through, to improve the accessibility to waterfront from the neighborhood. And the third phase in 10 to 15 years are these previous movements can stimulate further improvement of other existing parks that are in poor condition. In future 15 to 30 years, we can continue to move and accommodate flood vulnerable buildings and infrastructures to like inner lands. And for the future 30 and 50 years, it'll be better to make the southern waterfront a connected soft edge, which could function as a soft edge soaking the flood and providing habitat for the lives. So this is my reimagination of southern Vancouver's waterfront for the community. That's it. Thank you.
Whew, okay, well, I'll react first, just because what I'm going to say is going to be less complicated, I think, than what some of the other folks here might say. Nice job. I really like your drawings. I think there's a softness and a clarity to them, which was helpful. In terms of your verbal presentation, I would have loved if you had given us a thesis like towards the beginning. I think you said you were trying to make a better connected, healthy waterfront about 20 minutes in, and I kind of knew that that's what you're trying to do, but I would have loved if you had led with that, because you left me to assume a few things like that industry there is no longer appropriate, and that like maybe there's been some ecosystem degradation, over the years, things like that. In terms of like the actual concept, I think it seems viable. I think it's on trend with the way a lot of cities are transforming their waterfronts. Your presentation seems like presentations I've seen given to cities and public stakeholders at the conception of projects like this. So, you know, well done in that respect. I guess I don't love the idea of underground parking as a way to fix that. I think that those spaces can be pretty horrible for people, like in a deep underground parking garage. You know, especially close to the water like that, there could be technical issues with it, and people just don't like parking underground. It's cold, it's dark, it's unpleasant, and I get it's fine to punish people for driving, you know, in one respect, but I'm curious to see, you know, if there's other solutions to that. I guess in terms of a question for you, I would be interested in what precedents you studied, and then following that, what do you think is new or different or an innovative adaptation of the ideas that you researched in this project? So, you know, I've seen this project before in lots of cities. Like, so in other words, what's really to you the most exciting thing about this one out of everything you said?
Yeah, I guess compared with like the creation of new green spaces, the treatment to face the floods and storm water might be like more urgent. Like you said, there probably be like more like better practices other than just adding underground parking. But because like being a future landscape designer, I was like trying to think like what kind of like strategies I can promote when the current like land use seems to be like really fixed, really stable. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to like focus more on the beginning of the plan, which is like the creation of new green spaces.
Yeah, and I would add to that, I want to build on Kim's comments because I think they're really strong, and would agree that I could guess your thesis, but helpful to hear it up front. And I think some of the diagrams, especially the slide we're looking at right now, they're almost presented in reverse order. And so sort of unpacking, starting with a thesis, then laying the groundwork of the green infrastructure, and then sort of getting to the human scale would be the order that I think would be even clearer. And I'm always interested in these waterfront projects that, yes, this does remind me of other projects in other cities around the world. I think that looking for the deeper specificity is certainly something to continue to think about, but I think the strategies that you're presenting in terms of bioswale, rain garden, you know, sponge-like edge, they make sense, but I'm wondering if they're the right scale. So it's always interesting to see kind of hard infrastructure transforming into soft infrastructure, kind of having an infrastructure scale response to the problem. And I think that the bioswales and the soft edges almost, they frighten me in the sense that I'm not sure they're big enough to solve the first slide that had the year 2100 contour line, and this whole site is underwater. So looking at your first slide and your last slide, I'm a little confused by the design scale response of the plan of the green space. If you think about how much the green space is capable of soaking up, or to Kim's comment about putting parking underground, I'm thinking maybe it's not the worst idea to put parking underground here, although it's probably in the water table. But how do you create an infrastructure that does more than one thing? So that if you are solving for parking, if you are solving for soaking, and you are solving for pedestrian, you know, access to the waterfront, that it is getting at that flood line issue, where you're almost implying in your last slide, it's going to take the rest of the waterfront to respond to that year, that 2100 year event. And this scale of this site is, as designed, I'm not sure capable of handling a less tragic event from a landscape standpoint.
Is that the projected water line? When I saw that, I thought that was a 100-year floodplain line in 2100. Is it like the water's really gonna overtake most of the site based on sea levels? Okay, I missed that.
Yue, do you agree that the slides are, well, would you entertain foregrounding a full connected soft edge soaking prior to all the other activities that you have happening in years 5 through 30?
I've never thought about it, but right now I think that's more should be prioritized for preparing the land before creating new stuff. For starting from this point, I have the issue I talked about, which is if there's a prediction of the industries cannot be replaced or moved immediately, what kind of thing I can do in a framework design as a landscape architect.
Yeah. Just to, pardon my scratchy throat, one of the things that I'm trying to get a handle on is, how do you know that you've done enough? So what are the measures that you can begin to assemble? So one is, it started out from the human perspective, the neighborhood perspective for Marpole, and increasing the amount of urban green space. So that was one place that you mentioned. Given the residential percentage or number in Marpole, what would be the appropriate amount of urban green space that you should have within the area that's accessible to this neighborhood? So the WHO has a range from a minimum of 9 square meters per person of urban green space, all the way up to 50 meters. So you've got so what would that look like based upon your residential? Then actually, then if you did have this flood event, what is the mechanism that you are employing to keep the waters at bay? So in one slide, there's a dike, then I saw the greenhouse, and then we heard the discussion about the parking garages. Do those together, does dike, parking garage, greenhouse, energy work together to make the dike, to keep the water from entering into the city? Then maybe that's the way in which you present the project. Because
as Hope is talking about this.
Yeah, sorry, I tried to go on Box to find your slides. I couldn't, so I couldn't answer my own question. What slide do you want to go to, Kimberly? The
long sections, because you're kind of talking about the relationship, with these things and how maybe they can be multifunctional. But I'd love to see, is this the future water level? If you showed it to us in plan, where is it in section, and is this stuff resilient to it over time?
That's what I was thinking about with this section, is that it's solving for today's level, was my interpretation of this drawing.
Right. And is it okay, well, the water's here in 10 years, it's here in 20 years, it's here in 30 years. And how does that create zones in this direction where the infrastructure here needs to be, something that dissolves or is abandoned or something to that effect? Then the more permanent stuff is over here, and it sets up like a gradient for you. that will eventually dictate the forms that show up in plan view. And I think that could have been like a nice aesthetic guiding principle for you. I think you maybe just sort of solve this stuff based on, your hand, and it's nice, but I think when it's set up as a result of some technical requirement, there ends up being a rigor to it that lasts beyond sort of like a trend in form and placemaking.
Yeah, and building on that and what Hope said, right? Just thinking about the plan view of where that contour exists in 2100, I think it was like at the rail line, right? And so thinking about the future role of the right-of-way of the rail line at a bigger scale, could that be where the more permanent infrastructure happens, is north of that, right? On the dry side, let's say, of the site. And could there be a parking strategy that's bundled with that? And so beyond the pedestrian access along the rail, which is cool, and that's done in other places, you've got enough soft floodable trails and things like that on the wet side of the project. It would be just sort of interesting to think about what more permanent or hard where's the line between hard and soft, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And building on what Kim just said, where's the line between, what's floodable or able to be sort of taken over versus what might have to last longer in anticipation of that event.
Or here's Hope's parking dike.
Where is it? No, I thought that, honestly, I was trying to figure my parking dike. No, all right. Hold on. Alan might remember there might have been a project in 1996 that had something similar to it. But anyway, it was just interesting that, I was trying to figure out what is the gradient. So there's wet, sponge, because you did say sponge earlier. And then there is, and then I thought the dike or all these sort of larger scale activities were occurring. But I started just to get to quantity. I was really trying to get to the amount of area you must affect. Another thing that I was interested in, you talk about industries, and we know there was a sawmill, but what is the current land use or owners and what's there? And that becomes, again, done before, but still part of the list of constraints of things that you need to think about when you make this incredible change. But, if Marpole's the start, where's the rest of the sponge that Marpole needs to connect to? And I think that's why I was so concerned that it was all the way back there at 30 to 50, because it can't do much all on its own. It needs to work in concert with a larger edge. And so that's what I was interested in.
Got it. So yeah, it sounds like really inspiring from you guys, because I feel like there's a lack of like chronicle thinking, as well as like a rational amount of land I need to consider for like an area that almost like entirely will be like soaked into water in the future. So yeah, I really like how like Kim said about like the gradual change when you're really precisely considering about the elevation of the land, which probably can help me to solve like how to determine the age from the hard to the soft. Like
Can you go back to your plan?
Sure.
This slide 2 or 3 maybe. Oh, there, that.
This one?
That.
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get this? How did the plan organization come about?
What do you mean by like organization?
Why is this the plan?
Okay, so 3 main points, like as I talked about. So the preservation of industrial culture, the creation of new green space, and a buffer edge as a soft edge facing the flood.
Maybe.
Or
maybe plausibly, but so far we've talked about the organization from water going to inland on that transect.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also an east-west transect here,
Yeah.
which I think we've all agreed this needs to be bigger. So at some point you said, what can I do as a landscape architect? That's a good question, but also it's what's the scale you're doing it? Unless Maggie did not brief us that she capped you guys at a number of acres or hectares. Which means what do I need could be the entire North American shelf. Right? That's within your scope.
Mm-hmm.
Unless your instructor says, no, you can only do something precious like Martha Schwartz. And that never happened. So we've established that, but now I'm looking east-west along the shoreline here. And I'm looking at the western part, and I say, okay, there's a bridge there, and then there's some little parky thing, and then a dash line. I'm thinking, okay, that's fine, but what actually happens in the white space off your site? Not only are you, if you're going to accept the fact you're only going to work on this little precious little chunk of Vancouver, well, then you also have the opportunity, if not the obligation, to edge it. How do you protect your own parcel for what you're going to accomplish? So I'm seeing the dash line over there and you're like, okay, looks vulnerable. And then I'm also looking at the eastern edge where you've got your sort of proper park space and some little strip of purple, I'm not sure what that is, and then a big, ready to go block for development. Where Sam's going to come in and put 3 68-story towers. And so you've now created you've made your own opportunity vulnerable to the change around it. Yet if you actually are trying to do these protective things, you actually need to protect the protection. And so when I said, why is this the plan? I see some parts. I'm not sure I see an overarching part T, but mostly I just see a lot of vulnerability for the stuff you've tried to put in place.
You know, Yue, you had some earlier drawings that were taking up a larger precinct of this, right? And then sort of piecing this in as a sort of focus area that you were interested in within a larger context within this neighborhood. And I feel like as we got more focused in on this site, we lost some of the thinking that you had at the larger scale. And so I think finding a way to cycle back through to revisit some of your earlier drawings, the sections through this, the larger neighborhood studies, would answer some of the questions that you're getting, but also would bring up some of these larger scale strategies that you've been thinking about earlier in the semester.
Mm-hmm.
Yue, do you know, is the water line in Vancouver private property or does the city own it?
The rail line?
No, like who owns like this zone? Like, is there, like, where's the line between private and public land? Because kind of like Alan is suggesting, like, if you start thinking about expanding this intervention to, you know, a citywide scale even, you know, I wonder if there is a sliver of land at the edge that's available for some sort of incremental and repeated intervention that could grow this over time. Or if it's public or private property right up to the water line, each city defines that differently. So it'd be interesting to understand sort of the rights there. And it could inform the size of your intervention even, thinking about how it can scale up.
Mm-hmm.
We need to move on.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yue, thank you so much for starting us off. Appreciate it.
It's been like really great that you guys are like answering my like real confusion about the thinking of scale of role and how to acquire the parcels needed for a new like really functional landscape project. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Yue. Kate, Shirley, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Hi, y'all.
Great.
All right, let's get started. Okay, everyone can see my screen all right? Great, okay. I'll go ahead then. So I'm going to be talking about the False Creek Flats neighborhood, highlighted here in orange in Vancouver. So my investigation into this neighborhood was prompted by, sort of this historical question of like the city's rejection of water and building urban habitat, and what can be discovered by inviting water back into making a new amphibious neighborhood and sort of recovering what we lost when we segregated land and water and building a city. Vancouver grew really very quickly into a port city after it was settled by Europeans in the 19th century. And so as it's growing, the demand for land to support industrial infrastructure is rising, and it leads to False Creek Flats, which in this era was historically a tidal mudflat being infilled with urban waste between 1915 and 1917. And since that time, Vancouver has grown many times over. And even though shipping is still very central to the city's economy, this industrial land use really no longer makes the best sense for this neighborhood, just due to the rising value of land here, the population pressures and demographic changes in this neighborhood's specific opportunity due to its proximity to downtown, right? And the city of Vancouver recognizes this. And so they've begun a redevelopment plan for False Creek Flats accordingly. And so in the city's plan, which I've sort of summarized visually here, they want to keep the important industrial functions, but they want to concentrate them and make them more efficient in terms of their land use by moving them to the east side of the neighborhood. And this will open up the west side to development for a new sort of greater diversity of uses. And that includes on the north side, we have the new planned St. John's Hospital campus. And the southern side of the neighborhood is becoming sort of an arts and culture hub centered around Emily Carr Arts University, which moved here just 2 years ago. And these two trade colleges located here on Terminal Avenue. And finally, they're introducing residential zoning for the first time to this neighborhood. They really want to see it grow in terms of livability and density of population and economic activity. However, I think that the city's plan doesn't really go far enough in establishing sort of a connective urban strategy for all of these new features and addressing the area's sort of current and historical issues relating to water. The False Creek East shorefront here, right here. Oh, sorry, my computer's loading, so the slide won't go. Oh no, it's just giving me the little spinny wheel. Please go. I'll keep. Are you saying something, Hope? Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know why my slide won't go.
We all have, you uploaded your slides to Box, so
okay.
We can, there's always a backup.
Okay, good. I don't know.
You can also drive if your computer's frozen. Do you want me to share my screen? I could try sharing my screen and you can just tell me next.
Yeah, that might be good. I don't know why it won't change. I keep hitting buttons. Y'all are still seeing the city plan?
Aerial image in the back. It's probably 50 megabytes.
The file is small, I think.
Yeah. I don't want to say this is karma for invoking your Steve Jobs thing, but I think Steve Jobs is coming back at you.
Yeah. It's because I blasphemed him. He's fighting me.
Why don't we switch so that I will share and you can cue me?
Okay. Thanks for that, Maggie.
You have to stop sharing. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know what the deal is.
Sometimes, here we go. Okay, is that working?
Yep. So I was on
here.
Yep, I was there, but I was just ready to go to number 5. Great. Yeah, I was saying that the False Creek East shorefront is the most, or one of the most polluted in Vancouver, and this prohibits any connection between the neighborhood and the waterfront. And this is due to all of the industrial sources of pollution that are located here, and it's compounded by the fact that the terminal watershed here is one of the most impervious, least green, and hottest watersheds in the city. I think addressing water quality means we have to intervene in the urban fabric itself so that the neighborhood can work to move and clean its own stormwater on site. Next slide. So to accomplish of this, I'm thinking of False Creek Flats as an amphibious neighborhood for Vancouver, one that recovers a wet history and moves people and water more thoughtfully through it in a green matrix. Next slide. And this can be achieved through a regreening process. That means retrofitting existing streets with green infrastructure and creating public green spaces in the cracks that are opened up when the city zones out outmoded land uses. Next slide. So we need to begin by rewiring False Creek Flats. The existing infrastructure overwhelmingly prioritizes cars. It's very difficult to navigate this neighborhood without one. New connections have to be drawn to bring down the scale of mobility to one that's better suited for pedestrian and bikes. And new connections need to be tied into the city's already robust transit system that at the moment just underserves this neighborhood. Next slide. I've got a lot going on here. Okay, retrofitting existing streets with green infrastructure features makes them better equipped both to manage stormwater, and it makes them more navigable for a greater diversity of users, which is going to be really important with the expected population growth that will be triggered by the redevelopment of this area. Next slide. And so my next step is the insertion of parks that will serve a dual purpose here, both as public backyards and as basins for the retention of stormwater and mitigation of water pollution. I'm proposing a topographically guided strategy for these new spaces, which will be manipulated to house sort of a unique montage and section of diverse experiences across terraces as they relate to wetness and to time. So across the 4 terraces, with the deepest being below sea level and serving as a permanently wet water sink, a seasonal marsh at the 2nd level. A 3rd level is a buffer zone that is equipped to handle extreme storm water and weather events, which are going to become more frequent and more extreme given climate change. And the top terrace being an urban interface that is permanently dry and ties in these green spaces to the urban fabric. Next slide.
Hey Kate, on that slide, is the bottom drawing connected to the drawing above it?
Yes, it's just more of a conceptual section. Like it's not drawn across any place in that plan, if that makes sense.
It's so good. We want to know where it isn't planned.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I'm having a little trouble like kind of seeing this section drawing and then seeing a plan drawing above it. That's about an entirely different subject.
Okay, I see what you mean. I included the plan to sort of locate what I'm talking about, but it's not relevant to the drawing right next to it now. So I see what you mean.
I love the drawing on the bottom. Sorry, keep going.
Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. And so finally, with these new mixed use residential developments, they really demand a connective strategy so that residents of False Creek Flats can meet their daily needs within this walkable green network, making local mobility an experience that is safe and comfortable and engaging. Next slide. So Vancouver is known for its point towers. They put dense housing on top of an anchoring podium that defines a pedestrian scale streetscape. And this form is inspired by the idea of equality in the access to housing and sunlight and air. I want to push the city a step farther to realize equality and access to public green spaces as well. So these pedestrian malls that link the point towers down the Sitter connect to adjacent parks, which serve as sort of shared public backyards. Next slide. And these pedestrian malls are in everyone's front yard. They create good sort of friction between neighbors, and they also create economically lively real estate. These green infrastructure features like bioswales both beautify the corridor and they make seasonal processes very visible and relevant to everyday life and the users of this place. my vision is that these features are legible and they legibly connect with each other in the landscape, creating an experience for residents of living sort of wet-footed like a frog in their amphibious home. Thank you. That's it.
Can you take us back to the larger scale image with all of the shared backyards? The shared, that's it. This is it, this is it.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have one with this and the zone that the city has identified for the introducing residential? Or can you draw on the slide temporally that shows the boundary between the condensed industrial?
Yes. Would you rather me draw like where the new residential zones are going in here, or would you rather me go to the city plan and kind of draw where parks are?
Just temporarily on this slide where the new residential is, and then a line that shows me from this point to the east is where the hyper condensed industrial occurs.
Okay. Let me do this. So this is really hard to do with it.
It's
so
okay.
This and here are new residential, and now the area that's the condensed industrial is like, oh gosh, I might be slightly wrong, but that's about it.
It's not a test. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so refresh my memory. What happens in between?
What happens in between is, sorry, what do you want to know about what happens in between so I can better answer your question?
What's the land use in between the proposed new industrial and proposed new residential and the dense, what happens in this space?
Sorry, are you drawing or?
I'm trying to draw. It won't show until I finish my line segment. There you go.
Great. Okay, so yeah, there's a number of new uses being moved in, like the hospital campus and the arts hub, and the city just more generally wants more like knowledge industry jobs to move in here. One of the problems with this neighborhood is that it has a very low density of jobs per land area, and they want to like pack in more economic activity through just a greater diversity of uses.
Okay, so my question is this. You have a solution for the shared back, but yet you have some campuses, industrial, educational, but what larger formal neighborhood ordering can you do? Is there a road network? Is there an axis? Is there an LA? Is there something that gives structure to this? So you've given us what happens behind, what happens in front that can organize and give this a clear sort of spatial and land use identity.
Yeah, that for me, that's like where the Green Streets neighborhood or network serves to give identity to the neighborhood and tie it together.
Are these all existing streets that you've identified to be green streets, or are there any new streets that you added to this existing network?
This drawing includes both existing and new. If we can look at my transportation sort of exploded axon, it shows you where existing streets that I'm proposing are sort of retrofitted are and where new connections can be drawn.
Yeah, it's not, I'm sorry, I was drawing on that old one. Oh, there go my drawings again. I was trying to figure out, I was looking for something that is hierarchically significant, that becomes the spine around which all of these new interventions. I'm looking for a city or neighborhood scale move.
Okay.
That organizes it spatially and gives it sort of a formal identity to the neighborhood. So I don't know, I'm going back to preliminary Kevin Lynch.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So perhaps
I'm looking for monuments or big
Okay.
streets or something. So I was looking, right, you said it had to be rewired. So where's the spine for this rewired neighborhood?
Okay, yeah, I did, and I regret not pushing it farther now, because I did like work on a street hierarchy idea, and it sounds like, I mean, I didn't even go far enough in that, in sort of, you know, thinking of hierarchy in terms of character, but it sounds like you want to see like maybe this street that runs between like the residences and the hospital be this like big beautiful mall or something that's really iconic.
Well, something that has that it's not just the green is enough for me.
Okay.
Because you talked about the significant, the back of the backyard. So that's one, and that's privy. There's only a certain group of individuals that sort of face that. But I was looking for something that actually worked at the scale of this whole place, so that, you know, there's a clear connection when you get to the water, and it looks like the entertainment and what's happening there. There's the shape that comes through that is your neighborhood. Then there is that transition which takes you from the neighborhood, you know, through this new campus of educational and healthcare, because we know how hospitals grow, right? They're like, you know, tumors or cancerous growths. And then there's that threshold from here into the condensed industrial zone. So.
Okay.
Anyway, I was looking for that larger neighborhood structuring element. That
organizing principle was going to be the water, like even that one section that shows the 4 different elevations and how those could be different rewatering types or whatever based on the height of the land. So like you were saying, this was a mud flat. It was occupied by industrial uses, which degraded the site. Those are no longer appropriate for the city. And the city is rebuilding this area for more cultural and dense uses. And you're saying in doing that, there's an opportunity to rewater the site, which addresses environmental concerns and incidentally improves like the social functions of the site. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the rewatering thing was the most interesting to me. And I'd love to see how like that could be the organizing principle. Because if anything, that relates more to what I'm interpreting as the site's sort of native ecological background than like the Green Street backyard thing does. So I'm like a little bit confused about what the big idea here is.
Yeah, and I would build on that with both Hope's comments and Kim's comments. When you said the city plans to sort of retreat and condense the industrial land uses, and you were talking about water and the different levels, I was like, yes, we're bringing water back into this area where you're talking about the residential pieces. And I think when you talk about a quote unquote amphibious neighborhood, I mean, that's an incredibly provocative concept. And thinking about your slide number, oh shoot, can you go back 6? I mean, that is a really provocative image, and thinking about how buildings and people and landscape in this very specific part of the city can be reintegrated is fascinating. And that's where I thought you were going in your thesis and in your concept. And then, yeah, just looking forward, sort of taking that organizational structure through a little bit more. And the section drawing of in the development. I guess that's number 11, maybe 12. So 12. Thinking about slide 12 and how that relates to the section drawing that Kim was mentioning from earlier, and how the water level and the, you know, the development gets integrated, right? You're talking about how Vancouver is known for certain things, and a couple of times you said, I don't think the city takes it far enough, right? So you're sort of pushing on it in section and in concept, and I think that's where you know, the organizational piece of the plan and how these ideas of yours in section and in bringing, you know, people and land and water back together are just like super fascinating. But I think it has a lot to do with the fact that the city is planning on condensing that industrial use. What does that free up for you, and how do you break out of the Euclidean zoning, and how do you break away from, okay, residential's here, industrial's here, the in between that Hope was sort of asking you about with using the Socratic method? Like, how do you begin to pull all that stuff together to dissolve the separateness of what's there now? I think that's really fascinating in your project, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, okay.
Kate, how do you define success for this?
That's a great question, Alan.
Wait till the next one.
the city already has a pretty like robust system of water quality monitoring, and so I would like to see the levels of E. coli as a specific issue at False Creek East. I'd like to see the E. coli levels go down, and this neighborhood also has a very high degree of lead pollution from the historic industrial activities, and so I'd like to see reduced lead in the soils.
Okay. So you've got a design that goes towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any harmful effects if you succeed?
Succeed in that endeavor specifically, or in general?
If you pull this off, are there unintended negative effects?
I don't think they're unintended. I think there may be controversial effects. I mean, like the city has already received pushback on some of the inevitable displacement of industry.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, not just that. It's a lovely plan, and I think you put a lot of thought into it. But what I also see is one giant gentrification machine.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you hit that last slide of the Antonioni vibrant street, not too vibrant by the way, it said, wow, this is a place for the upper middle class who might get to bring a couple of children.
Right.
And so I think that it's laudable, but in this moment of the 21st century, to build gentrification machines without contemplating you're doing that doesn't do the profession any good.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So is there an additional strategy that you think could address that, or do you think it's more like a foundational issue?
No, I think, well, parts of it is a foundational issue, but part of it also goes back to I think Kim asked who owns the waterfront, right? Or at least what are the rights that are associated with waterfront development. And then begin to understand the actual land tenuring systems in Vancouver to understand what and how certain practices or policies might be leveraged. I think if you go back to your amphibious metaphor, well, amphibians actually have a reason to be both in the water and on land, but they're not both at the same time. Right? And so the question is, when you're thinking about this site, which parts have to be wet, which parts have to be dry? How does one mediate between those two? And then take that both conditions across more dimensions. That you've inserted a dialect, you've made use of a dialectic but not resolved it, and only used one where you needed many more for this.
Okay.
And basically, you should take that as a compliment because it means you did a good enough project where, yeah, you've just opened yourself up. You've solved a little bit of a problem, and now all the other stuff is coming down on you.
Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment.
Okay, before we wrap up, would you do me the favor of explaining image 6 and like why you chose certain elements that were represented in this collage? I'm guessing based on seeing these two projects now that a collage drawing was a requirement of the studio. And I think these are fascinating. And I want to hear about why you chose some of the things that you chose to put in this and how it ties back to the thesis. Because it's strange. It's a very strange image, but it's
Okay.
also effective because it's making me feel things. So
Yeah,
it's just like, I'm just wondering about it.
Great. No, happy to explain. This might be challenging because this image has survived so long when so many other ideas have been abandoned. This image has stuck with me for many, many weeks. I'm really sick of it. So it was inspired by, like beginning with the idea of regreening and like busting up the existing hard infrastructure to let water back in and to let vegetation back into the city. And that led me to the question of like, well, how do you replace or how do you continue essential functions like transportation if you're busting up the ground plane and you're messing with that? And my answer was to sort of move things up and away, which is where we get the bridge and the sort of flying rail line in the sky. And it made me think about sort of this like stratified realms of the city where there's sort of an upper layer of the city that's all about like fast processes, like moving around, getting around, economy and working. And there's a ground plane that's defined by slow processes, which is why slow processes of ecology and leisure, which is why I have the leisurely Victorian people hanging out there.
I thought that might have represented leisure, and I suppose also incidentally gentrification.
Yeah.
And then these kids, are they representing like clean water because they're tromping through the water there?
Totally, they are. I had not thought about it like that, but now they are. Yeah.
Well, I'm like, after your description, I'm like, ooh, that has E. coli in it.
Yeah. Get out of there. It was also about sort of, if there's a fast realm and the slow realm, I thought about, like the idea of modernity and how modernity values speed and efficiency. And so if like this hard realm is like the realm of speed and modernity, then that makes like the ground plane, like the realm of antiquity and like connecting to historical processes and like getting back to like a historic ecology and culture and stuff. And yeah, I wanted to realize that through the green network.
I wonder if it's fine if this image is sort of aspirational, but another thing I thought after Dr. Shear's comment regarding unintended consequences is like, by building something like this, where this sort of system is very much in the process of healing, are you sort of inviting people to then become exposed to some of these toxins, or just like how do people really kind of like interact with this like healing ecology, and like I guess there's also the question of boundaries too.
Right. That was really what prompted me to like make water quality central in this design. Is I sorry, distracted. Is I asked like, if you're busting up all of this hard infrastructure, like what are you exposing people to, and like what sort of risk are you incurring on this neighborhood? So it's a great question.
I mean, I love this image for a number of reasons. I think it's fantastical, and it gets you thinking about what your definition of amphibious means. And I think even just hearing you describe the many readings of it, it's a little confusing. Like there's so much going on, but I think, if it's about healing the ground and dealing with the quality of the water, you mentioned E. coli, you mentioned lead. And so these are like pollutants, and versus like describing this in terms of time and water level. Like there's so much to unpack. And it reminds me of, you know, projects like Fresh Kills Park, or even just the mappings of Kate Orff, and really making a commentary about landscape and how it's been mistreated and how it could be better taken care of and how the project can contribute to that. I think there's a lot to really dig into as you put your portfolio together with this project. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is really fascinating. And just hearing the way you describe it with articulately, with like really great passion. Then you get to like slide 9, which was like a De Chirico painting, and it's sort of like lacks this this life, and it lacks this richness to what could happen if you re-inhabit the landscape, where you see like, not 9, 13, when you see, okay, great, we saw the section of how we need to push on how buildings interact with the landscape, and then we get to this view and I'm like, I don't see softness or sponginess or healing of the ground or re-inhabiting this this mud flat in a different way, and being put in a different relationship to water's edge or even landscape for that matter. And so I was so disconnected between this and the collage, and not really sure what layer of the project or what point you're holding on to. You know, I think I'm just curious how this image sort of emerged from that study.
Sorry, I'm wondering how to answer you. This image is taken from Google Street View, and sort of like the strategies I proposed were like drawn on top of like a real place in the neighborhood. But yeah, no, I like definitely agree with you. It like doesn't go far enough in like saying what's going on or could go on here.
That sounds like maybe a missed opportunity for like a before after setup. You know, if you have the existing condition and then you drew this over it, like I think that could have helped us understand the changes you're proposing as a strategy.
Kate, I think you got some great feedback and perhaps some things to add as you move this into your portfolio. We're going to move on. Thanks so much. Stop sharing.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. All right, Dan, you're going to take us to Surrey.
Yeah, going to take us into the suburbs. So my name is Dan. Like I just said, okay, y'all can see everything? Sounds like it. Great. So Surrey is the future of Vancouver. Surrey is a suburb of Metro Vancouver. It has 517,000 people, and it promises a vision of affordable life compared to the high cost of living in Vancouver proper. So more people are moving to Surrey and are going to continue to move to Surrey. And a newly approved commuter rail expansion further connects Surrey to Vancouver and could be a catalyst to adjust Surrey's urban fabric to better suit the needs of the people and construct a more resilient future. So how can the new Surrey-Langley rail line extension change the urban fabric of Surrey? The rail line has the potential to be the appendage that links other living and changing systems to the residents and visitors of Surrey. And so before I get into the realm of the future, we kind of need to understand what Surrey is like right now. So it is a suburb, but it's not the typical type of suburb we are accustomed to in the US. Movement to Surrey is not dominated by weariness of the city. Instead, it's an economical way to house an extended vision of the nuclear family. And so based on my research, as well as anecdotal evidence from James Humaller of the University of British Columbia, Surrey exhibits a few traits. So they value their local environment. There's many nature programs and initiatives like the Surrey Natural Areas Partnership, the Salmon Habitat Restoration Program, as well as the Green Timbers Urban Forest, which is a large reforested area near the center of the city. It's mobile, so 81% commute by car and 62% commute more than 30 minutes. It's also diverse. It's a minority majority city with South Asian representing the largest non-Caucasian people group. And importantly, it's very multi-generational. So these suburbs are more dense than typical suburbs. Grandparents live with their kids, young adults with their parents. Notice the density of the cars on this street in each driveway. So these are houses that are fully occupied.
I noticed them. Did you add them in though?
No, I highlighted them.
Oh, okay. I thought you like cut and pasted all the cars to make your point.
No, that would be, yeah, that would be fun. So given the culture and desires of Surrey, what could Surrey be like? So this new rail expansion is an opportunity to meet the needs and the desires of the population. So accommodations for multi-generational living and growth, a connected and carless community, and enhancing the already valued ecosystems that define the place of Surrey, or what I'm calling a forest that serves everyone. And so my suggestion is a framework that operates at a few different levels. First is density that accommodates for growth and opens up more public space. Connection, which provides paths from home to other homes to urban cores. And then forest, a forest landscape strategy that provides a multitude of experiences aimed towards accommodating a plurality of tastes and desires while also providing ecosystem services crucial to adapting to a changing climate. And so the density strategy increases the amount of occupiable public space and developable private space, and it does so by reappropriating backyard land as public space. So in exchange for this space, the neighborhood is then zoned to allow for the development of accessory dwelling units, in other words, backhouses, by residents. The appropriated space becomes a forest neighborhood trail system that connects neighbors to each other via backyard common space and to the city by a unified trail system. So at the urban nodes near the rail line, larger, denser commercial and public development accommodate for population and economic growth. And then measures of success for this strategy could include an increase in built accessory dwelling units, as well as the increase in total area of public space. Those are both very measurable. Connection, so connecting people to their community and daily travel in a way that decenters private transportation. So a network of backyard trails and forested transit corridors allow for opportunities for neighbors to meet in backyard shared spaces, on streets, at major city transportation nodes. So metrics for success for this, we've already gone over how not very many people bike or walk. So an increase in public transportation use, walking and biking. The current percentage for biking, walking, and public transit is 19%. And then forests. So this provides a multitude of experiences to accommodating a plurality of tastes and desires while providing ecosystem services. And so it functions a few ways. So these patterns of plantings influence habitation. So open space might be more conducive to gatherings, and closed spaces to solitude, including multiple types of unprogrammed spaces affords more opportunities for a variety of uses and tastes of individuals. For example, in the case of the residential area, open space becomes private space and the forested backyards become semi-public gathering spaces. And then in front of the house, dense forest plantings can shield views out and in. And then, last but not least, the forest provides crucial ecosystem services like soil development from plant root mass, increased infiltration due to healthier soils and impervious cover, air filtration and CO2 absorption that mitigate pollution and rising CO2 levels. And then during storms, forests serve as rain, energy dampers, and filter runoff. And connected forest areas provide habitat, wildlife, as well as outdoor recreation. And so possible metrics for success are lower total dissolved solids in urban streams, increased total canopy cover, currently has been declining from 37% to 27% since 1995, as well as increased wildlife counts. So together, these strategies combine, overlap, and juxtapose to transform an isolated and sterile urban grid to a dense, connected, and forested one. And so we can examine how these strategies interact at the neighborhood, the transit corridor, and the urban node, which I will walk you through. So the neighborhood. So this is making space for grandma, your commute, the neighbors, and your new business. So it's a new cul-de-sac typology. So the traditional cul-de-sacs of suburban areas offer large back of house space that can engage the entire block when it's transformed into a connected space. So with this transformation, the experience of the neighborhood becomes a place of communal and individual affordances and opportunities. So opportunities for leisure, connecting with neighbors, gathering, and then these accessory dwelling units are opportunities for new forms of habitation, whether they're businesses, a place for grandma, rentable space. And so the communal backyard becomes a neighborly place of connection. So these backyard spaces become places for meeting new neighbors, spaces for kids to play, spaces that allow for opportunities for people to connect, and for neighborhoods to program the space according to the needs of the people. Forest trees like Douglas fir, western hemlock, western red cedar provide enclosed areas that screen residences, while understory shrubs and open grassland further delineate different levels of closed to open space. And then, of course, this vegetation also provides ecosystem services such as dampening rainfall, treating runoff, and providing wildlife habitat. And so exiting the shared backyard space, you enter the public life of the street. So you are transitioning from less organized, denser forest space of Douglas fir forest to more organized street trees like red maple that signal you are in a transit corridor. And so at the transit corridors, it's trees as wayfinding, privacy screens, and views. So at the street view level, like I mentioned, the change in trees signals that the space is a public corridor. And then along the rail, tall firs and hemlocks flank the rail line, providing a forest view for passengers and obscuring the view of the rail from nearby residents. And so these forest transit corridors, they divide paths of traffic from rail to car to bike to pedestrian, and then also provide these valuable ecosystem services like air and runoff, filtration, and higher permeability for water to infiltrate, which is particularly important near these high traffic zones. And so now we get to the last typology, the urban node. So in the forest of the urban node, there's space for everyone. So this public space provides varied possibilities for experience based on vegetation density and the pattern. So zero density, free-form open spaces where that man is playing soccer or something. Low density organized tree spaces can be places for solace, reflection, but also for kids to run around. Directed tree alleys allow a dense tree pattern to connect places and serve as wayfinding. And then highest density areas, restrict movement, but also are still porous. And so we zoom out to kind of see a bit more about how each pattern nudges human behavior. So less dense patterns afford this private reflecting and finding your own way. While the denser patterns are more of public directing and wayfinding. So LA is near the retail, along the transit line, and between the retail and commercial zones. Those can guide people in a hurry, but then these less dense spaces afford opportunities to meet, to play, reflect, and find peace according to the needs of the people who live in Surrey. And so, in conclusion, together, a strategy that densifies, connects, and forests Surrey could provide a future that accommodates a plurality of peoples, tastes, and lifestyles while maintaining a sense of place and continually adapting to climate change. Surrey, Canada, you can be you in the forest. Okay.
This is just for information only. This is, are you retrofitting? Is it,
yes.
It's a change to existing conditions? Is there any new development that's associated with this?
Yes, the new, here, I'll go up one slide. So the new rail extension has been approved. I think it still has to be approved by some other form of Canadian government. But these spaces, such as where this axon is cut, is set up for redevelopment. For example, where the transit stop is actually where the transit stop would be. Although the rest of the development of the space was not something that I could find. And so that was a space for me to do with whatever I envisioned would be best.
Hey, Dan, thanks for your presentation. It was very clear. I am so curious. Do you think that reappropriating people's backyards as public space is going to make a bunch of people angry? Like, do you think?
Thank you for asking the question I was trying to ask.
Well, you kind of set it up by asking if it's an existing, neighborhood. I mean, well, what's your impression of like, will a Vancouver culture accept this? Because it's antithetical to the idea that great fences make great neighbors. And that, it's pretty Swedish, not very Texan.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So at first, when I was thinking about this problem and reappropriating land, I went with the idea of, well, what if we just completely removed all of the fences? This way we can have much more forest. It'll be better there'll be much more environmental services. But ultimately, and during kind of, I guess, our mid-review, sort of the idea came up of making it more of a real estate strategy. And so where you have these backyard areas that become valuable to people who have developed accessory dwelling units. And so you sort of have this swap in a way where it's much easier to develop. And in response, you get to take the backyard. This is certainly not a Texas idea, and I don't know that it would work in Texas. I do think that Canada is very progressive in general, particularly in Vancouver. But also another point is that, just kind of from research and from talking to James Humal, like there are these multi-generational families are kind of wanting to expand. And so the hope is that making it easier to develop on your land makes it easier for like your grandmother can move in, or like your kids are growing up and they take over your house and you move into this accessory dwelling unit. So from that perspective is kind of why I thought it may be something that could work. I think there probably would be some people who would not like it. I think it's certainly complicated, and I would want to that would be something really interesting to like look into more, like how would that kind of work, and looking into like the real estate strategy.
That interstitial forest
Right.
space, and who would maintain it? Like who's responsible for it, you know?
Yeah. So some of this is not entirely worked out, but my sort of vision for it is that it would be maintained more, and it's hard to describe this because I don't want it to be it shouldn't be a huge burden on the city. But at the same time, you know, what happens if it's not maintained at all? And so the idea is that there would be, you know, an infrastructure of trails that kind of set up this framework that you can, as much as possible, do with what you like. Actually, I'll go back to that. Yeah. So the idea is to have the infrastructure that, you know, these trails and like these hardscapes that you wouldn't necessarily have to maintain, but you would need to maintain, like having really tall trees eventually can be a problem. And I think that Surrey does have
free landscape.
Sorry, can you say?
Oh, I said there's no such thing as maintenance-free landscape.
Right. There would certainly have to be some form of maintenance, and there would certainly have to be something done by the city.
So for me, it opens up so many questions, right? I think it's a fascinating concept, right? It makes you think about retrofitting suburbia. It makes you think about how do you organize and make the suburban pattern more sustainable? And you're doing that with your reforestation and sort of getting at sort of a climate and livability layer by saying, let's increase tree canopy in a part of the city where that cover doesn't exist. And when you think about the real estate component of it, there's multiple scales, right? So there's this scale, you think about, do you have an HOA that takes over this space? Or is it a much bigger scale? Is it a conservation easement that's more regional? Or is it middle scale somehow and the city is taking it over? Is it eminent domain? Like, how does it even work? And what's the benefit if it's about taking this private property and creating a public space network? What do you get in return? You get the right to develop the ADU. You have less land to care for. Does your real estate value go up because it's against this green space? I mean, it opens up so many questions. And what I think what's not clear in your project is how it relates to the first slide. I think you talk about how much of the community uses their car, and how the suburban pattern is organized around the car. And so how does this proposal address that at all? And is it only about creating the sort of social spaces to go with the forest, and you're just sort of leaning into the car pattern completely, and it's just an enhancement of what's already there?
Yeah. So the impression that I get from reading about about Surrey's plans and Metro Vancouver's plans is that they are trying to decentralize the use of private transit, so cars, and the extension of this rail line into Langley, which is an even farther out suburb, suggested to me that it would be to focus on non-car transportation, and so that became the focus of the project.
Dan, is there any large swaths of undeveloped land in Surrey, or is the success of this is solely based upon an eminent domain or in these deliberate insertions?
There are swaths of protected farmland there that are sort of closer to outside of the city between Surrey and Langley. There are protected areas, the green acre, the green timbers urban forest that I mentioned is one of those, and it's quite large, and the rail actually runs through it. And then there are parks, as well as some sort of green corridors in Surrey.
Dan, so I have lots of political economy questions, but let's just go to the big thing. Why this project?
Sure. Okay. So when I first started thinking about Vancouver in general, the research that we were doing really touched upon there's a big affordability problem in Vancouver, for one. It's extremely unaffordable. And then two, it's very threatened by climate change, like in the long term, but also like in the near future. Both of these to me suggested, and kind of where I went with at the very beginning, and I wish I could show you like sort of the initial, we did an idea drawing about it, and what I made was a rail going like all the way from Vancouver all the way to Portland, basically. And like, could we have this dense city, and then could we densify and increase forest? And so my thought, and then I started looking into Vancouver a bit more and looking at their transit system, which is pretty developed, and seeing that, okay, well, Surrey is a suburb, and they're expanding into it, and they're also expanding past it into Langley. And so that became like an existing thing that was already happening, that I could kind of try and adapt more towards what I'd been thinking, without it being like this kind of where I started was like a very futuristic idea of like looking very, very far into the future, and having, the city is like built around the rail. Like there's a Michael Graves project basically that kind of ended up being my first thought about it.
Okay. Okay, that actually fills in a few useful blanks that might have been useful to prime up front. What is the future of Metro Vancouver? And your answer is, it's not just more point towers. And the city is laying in some infrastructure. How do we build along those? There are some other parts then that get a little bit uncertain. I mean, this question of what to do with the suburbs, that is a big problem. That's a big question around the world. Wilfried Wang here is working on it these days. But then you inserted Radburn, basically, which was a curious typological move, because it was predicated on cars. Like we love cars, but we want some greenways, so we're going to invert cul-de-sacs and make that possible. So that was just peculiar. You didn't even mention that you sort of like presented this as if it was a whole new typology. And I think that probably created some other problems for the presentation, because I'm sure at some point someone's going to blow back at you and say, hey, wait a minute, this hasn't been invented. This hasn't been done before. What are the pros and cons? Because you could have used those lessons, I think, to also advance the argument. Then there's the really funny part that I haven't figured out yet. Among all the cities on the planet that might claim to be the king or queen of ADUs, Vancouver could make that claim already. Something like a third of all homes in Vancouver, not the point towers, but around the area, already have an ADU. They don't need more incentives. And so you could, which isn't that two different ways? Hey, ADUs are already used. Let's find a way to make them more effective, maybe. But I think that but it's hard here because now you're back into the political economy question, which is a good place to be. Because basically what you're doing is you're gonna have to have a fee simple purchase of this property. You're gonna have to use that property, so you have to come up with that money in the first place. So probably create a homeowners association like Radburn. Otherwise you've got the city doing parks maintenance on this stuff, which means for the benefit of getting an ADU, which you might lease out, you're gonna have to have more property taxes because you've got to support the HOA because you've externalized what used to be me and my house and I've got to take care of my yard. Now the homeowners association has to pay for that and they have to be paid. And you're going to actually probably have to upgrade at least some sewer lines, sewer water lines, and maybe electrical grids. Because we're not putting solar panels on the roofs of these things because it's Vancouver. So you've done something that's we'll call it utopian inspired. Radburn was utopian inspired, but with some very on the ground financial implications that have to be considered. And that doesn't mean you're not here to get a degree in real estate economics, unless you're doing one on the side. And if you're doing one on the side, we're not keeping you busy enough. But I think you still need to have some models in mind when you present something like this. Because again, you've been through studio reviews. At some point, there are some things that you've done good, everyone does well, but then also, where are the weak spots? We're going to talk about the weak spots. This is a really big weak spot. And I think you could shore it up a little bit, but by making it unmentioned, everyone on the jury was thinking like, what the hell has he done? And so we have less time to talk about the good stuff.
Yeah, I think those are really good points. I was thinking about this project and kind of, looking at it and saying, well, there's a strategy at the beginning and there's kind of this view at the end. So sort of this utopian vision in a way and some sort of adaptation. And the strategy of the ADUs is certainly something that is, that I'm, that type of real estate strategy, I am unfamiliar with I don't know as much about it as like other things. And so I do think that is something that is when I was thinking about it, I was like, this is very complex, but I think this land swap idea would result in something valuable. Although I feel like there's definitely still questions of like, is this going to, how can this be made so that it doesn't gentrify the suburb even more? And I am curious too, kind of what your thoughts are on how you would go about modeling that or understanding that in sort of a, in a context where you're kind of coming up with something quickly.
Well, first, I would stop trying to trick myself into calling it a swap, because it's not a swap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically with swaps, there's the transfer of development rights. This is a flat out taking.
Okay.
Which is why all the Texas hackles are going up. So that's why we're going to downgrade that to, you're going to create a homeowners association for the neighborhood. So everyone's collectively buying into this thing, which means they get some rights and some responsibilities. The responsibilities are mostly writing checks every month. So that's the we'll call it the political part. The economic part does go beyond my skill set, but you do have to then figure out the costings of what it takes to maintain this as parkland, and also the upgrades. So for the city of Austin, we're wishing away our upgrades. So we're encouraging ADUs downtown, and we're going to figure out that, well, the marginal stress on the water and sewage lines, well, we'll just make that work.
Yeah.
And so we're being hopeful. It's an ostrich approach, but we're doing that. Not the best approach, because I think you could, and this now becomes more of a tough to do in a studio setting where you're trying to just figure out everything else. But you probably could, with some poking, figure out how big the sewage lines are in the neighborhood. And then you sort of Google average loads and that kind of stuff and go, oh, look, actually, I could throw in ADUs everywhere because I'm guessing 1 or 1.1 people per ADU. And it's got capacity. So then you add that into the presentation, say, shut up. Hope's got that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm building off of Alan's comment, and which was why I asked you earlier if there was any undeveloped land. Because here's the thing, I'm questioning whether or not you became attached to the ADU or the land swap and capitalizing on the multi-generational family and increasing density. So you picked an existing condition. What if you had actually proposed a new development as the test case, so that you didn't have to engage with the eminent domain discussion, which really is probably alarming a lot of, it was the first thing that went through my head, and I kept trying to suppress it so that I could talk about your work. So I'm wondering if why not a new development that sets up this potential densifying plan as a test case, but then also allowed you to deal with the potential, I kept thinking about the electrical, how is electricity delivered to each one of these houses now, and what are the implications of growing a forest around it? And so that's if you were retrofitting an existing condition, then there was a tremendous amount of research and planning that you had to go ahead. You would actually propose a new development that could consider how do you deal with electrical and water and sewage delivery and the growing a forest. Then I would see that as a place where then we would focus on all of the design decisions and the adjacencies and the efficiency of delivery of services to homes, without having to spend time questioning how do you make a retrofit work.
But Hope, there's so many suburbs, in cities, growing cities like Vancouver, that do kind of need to be reimagined. So yeah, maybe it's a blank slate for the first one, but I do appreciate the fact that Dan did address an existing suburb. And I think to build on that, it would be interesting to say, hey, this gridded suburb, it's not going to work here because there's no opportunity for a path network within this like orthogonal kind of setup. But this shape of suburb with the cul-de-sacs and all that jazz, it would work. So, maybe even identifying which suburbs throughout the larger metropolitan area, maybe you were talking about from Vancouver to Portland at one point, that this could potentially apply to if we lived in a world where people would buy into this and accept that level of change. I don't know.
And how does it change the pattern relative to the automobile? I think that's what's like not the big punchline here is it doesn't change the paradigm enough. It's completely leaning into the fact that we live in auto-centric suburbs. And how do you, even if you are going to pick a green site to test what the utopian version of it is that you're trying to get at, how does it change the paradigm and take cars further out of the equation so that we are no longer retrofitting, but putting forward something that doesn't need to be retrofitted?
That's where I was asking Dan to operate and then show how that worked, how those sets of positive measures are then applied to the retrofit as a guideline for retrofit. Prove the case first. I just would have preferred that our hackles didn't go up first when the prospect of eminent domain. And, I'm like thinking, is this voluntary? Are you going to take my property? What are the implications? I just started to go really deep with that. And I was like, that's not, where's Dan's design work? And that's not it.
I think that's a question of what was Dan's design work? Because I think the reason we're all thinking eminent domain and what on earth's going on here is because Dan presented it like it was somehow natural and just going to be slid in. I think, Dan, I don't know if you've got the personality for this, if you had started this presentation, climate change is a thing barreling down the throat of Vancouver. Climate change exists because of capitalism. Capitalism is in part related to private home ownership, and I'm proposing a radical innovation to be tested in a neighborhood, and you're off. Now at that point, we simply say, oh gosh, no, did Bernie Sanders overtake Dan? Or we say, no, you know what? Dan's trying this thing. This is the premise from the beginning. He's not going to try to finesse this thing on the back door. It's full on premise number one, and we have to follow you. We can then reject the entire thing, or we buy into it. But instead, the conversation we're having now is we're not rejecting the entire thing. We're slicing away at it like, I don't know, piranhas on a carcass or something. I don't know what the right metaphor is, but we're nibbling away at this thing pretty fiercely on the eminent domain part. But I think you could have, with the presentation, established the assumptions that we don't get to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That would have worked on me, for sure.
Ditto.
Yeah, Alan, I like what you said about not finessing from the back door. I mean, the way that I did approach this project is kind of in that sort of, how can we like slyly introduce concepts that like erode away at problems? And so it's helpful to hear kind of that if you're going to propose something like this, perhaps it's more effective to start very strong, identify these deep problems that are affecting and causing it, and causing a lot of problems at the societal level, and keep that energy up, as opposed to sort of proposing it like, well, this is sort of a rational, like just normal development kind of a thing that we could do, and
Trojan horse style.
Maybe exactly, yeah.
Thanks, Dan, so much for sparking this conversation and answering a lot of questions along the way. I appreciate it. We are right on time here. So I think if reviewers can, if you have any closing remarks and have a moment to stay for that, we'd welcome that. Thanks, Kim, so much.
I gotta go. Thank you so much. This was a pleasure. I learned a lot. Lovely meeting all of you. I'm a little bit late for a 2:30 call, so thank you again for having me.
Appreciate the time.
Bye.
I think sad to see Kim go. I think she had a lot of great comments, especially one early on about what the case study and precedents were, for each of these projects. And I think for me, I kept thinking of Radburn in the last one as well, and couldn't unsee Radburn in that project. And it's so helpful to just own whatever the case study is, or whatever the historic precedent is that you're looking at. How does that relate to the issue you're trying to solve? Because, in these semester-long projects, on one hand, it's a long period of time, and on the other hand, it's not enough time to solve these global, like gigantic, hairy problems that we have in our world. And so, putting forward what you see as the issue you're trying to tackle, what is a great example you're drawing from? How does your strategy or project begin to build on what came before us and put forward a tweak to that, or something new to consider given other conditions today? Like Clarence Stein was not wrestling with unintended consequences of neighborhoods and gentrifications and accessory dwelling units and climate change. So how do you introduce some of those elements into the conversation? What do you bring to it that we can talk about and acknowledge it ain't all going to be figured out in 12 weeks, 14 weeks, or whatever? And I think that really puts something original on the table. And I think that it's so important to the process. And anyway, I think agree. I learned a lot today, and there was a lot to talk about and think about, and go from here. I think maybe even looking back with some of the comments and comparing some of your early analysis to where you are today would be a useful exercise. But yeah, great work. Thank you for including me today. Dr. Shearer?
No, I think the projects were quite good. One of the things I noticed throughout the session, this afternoon session, well, actually two things. One, I wanted to call attention to it at the moment, but I wanted all of the students to recognize how irritated one of our young alumna was about a confusing plan section relationship from Kate's drawing, right? You guys throw these things together, right? Like they're nothing. And then once you're in the profession, and I'm really glad it was Kim who brought it up, no, you need to make sure they're fully aligned, otherwise they will confuse the dickens out of everybody. So that was a teachable moment. That was worth your whole semester right there, that one lesson. You learned some other things too, but remember that one. The other thing though is, so remember back to first semester, I was pretty clear that the whole goal of that semester was figuring out just form, because you got to worry about other things later. Well, you're there now, right? And so these questions that we've been having about what are the political economic conditions of taking or utopian visions in the suburbs, or how big do you actually need to make a sponge for a coastline, or what's this quirky waterways relationship to not make it fully gentrified? Those kinds of things are the things you now have to worry about, always. So there is the form, yes, but how does the form both feed into and relate to those other larger issues? That's it. So I think one of the things all of you should take away from this studio are all of the ways you've done that, but also perhaps all the ways you could have done it more to carry into next semester. Over to Hope.
I'm trying to make the connection to their next semester, where, you know, it's interesting because they'll all be looking at the same site as opposed to looking at all over a particular region. I think in many ways I wish that you could have identified as a group, or each one of the three projects that we saw today, what were the essential measures that would help to prove the viability of the scheme. And I have to admit that the commentary for today was really quite strong. And there were some wonderful things that were said in the first session today in terms of, you know, this is the review, it's over, the project here, this is the process and the things that you're thinking forward toward the future. So I would argue that maybe right before you finish an individual phase, you have to ask, what is it that I am doing? What are the measures that I need to produce in order to prove the case that helps advance the next sets of decisions? And that nothing happens in isolation, right? Everything happens is in this interconnected network. And so what are the implications or consequences of this decision on other parts of the systems? And so I think that that's what this semester provides. I have to admit, you know, I love these wide-ranging projects that look at regions through, you know, 15 different student eyes. And I also very much appreciate the development of that individual. David Heyman and I would call it a thesis, but it's what drives. It's that individual research that drives all subsequent decisions, right? And then design decisions. And that sometimes and at all times with Heyman and myself, it's about imagining or imagining a new future as opposed to solving a problem. A critical commentary on how we live or build landscapes today. So I have to admit, I'm looking forward to hearing the projects from this afternoon. And I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to view the work. I'm just listening this afternoon. I'm not participating.
Well, Sam, Alan, Hope, thank you so much for joining us and for your great feedback. And we are going to take a break, and students, I'll see you back here at 3 o'clock for the last session. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Bye, thank you.
Thanks again.
Excellent background, Bridget.
Thank you. I felt it was appropriate.
I'm realizing we missed a great opportunity to take a group picture while we still had Alan with his turtleneck.
I think someone did.
Instagram.
Yeah.
I got one.
Good. Oh, I'm so glad.
Great. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are in our third and final session. And I think we have, yes, we have everyone. Okay. We are joined again by Roxy Thorin, University of Oregon, and Phoebe Liquor, and Adam Barb. We are going to visit Seattle and Vancouver today in this last session, and these are two group projects that have been developed as a dialogue in teams of two. Since about mid-semester, we've been working together. We're going to, all right, okay. We're going to start with Kara and Bridget in Seattle. And I'm happy to answer questions along the way, but I think the presentations will answer questions about site and context. Okay, are we ready to get going? Great. All right, Bridget and Kara, take it away.
Okay, can everyone see the screen? Okay. Great.
Yes. All right. Hey guys, I'm Kara.
And I'm Bridget.
Today we're presenting our re-envisioned waterfront and transportation corridor for Seattle's Lower Duwamish Valley. EDGE is a critical investigation and design proposal grounded in retreat, connection, and adaptation. These prime initiatives have been selected from an analysis of the existential threats faced by Seattle today, including natural disaster, sea level rise, and cascading habitat loss and contamination. Before we get too deep into the elements of the design, we first want to introduce you to the primary site element of our project, the Lower Duwamish River and Waterway.
Okay, oh gosh, sorry. There we go. Great, so the Duwamish River Delta is a mountain snowmelt-fed body of water at the end of the greater Duwamish Green watershed, which can be seen here. The historic meanders and forms of the river nearing Seattle can be seen in this image right here. And that included a series of marshland typologies along the edges of the river, and then tide flats as well at the estuary, which provided protection for the upstream marshlands in the event of significant tidal events. But between 1896 and 1905, through a series of cut and fill interventions, the river was completely channelized and the historic marshes and tide flats were filled with urban debris, thus creating the greater Duwamish region and essentially a highly unstable piece of very flat artificial land. So not setting up a really great, infrastructure. So let's see, next page. Oops, sorry about that. Since the infilling of the Duwamish River Delta, this area has developed into a highly productive port and industrial district and functions today as an industrial shipping and manufacturing zone, along with some industrial retail and storage. So that's what this zoning map is showing right here. The port was also used by Boeing in World War II, which caused the waterway to become ridden with toxic manufacturing debris, and nearly the entire Duwamish Canal has now been deemed as a Superfund site, posing serious environmental risks to the surrounding communities. And then there are 3 residential communities in the site area we're looking at. They can be seen here. So that is South Park, Georgetown, and south of downtown, which is a newer residential district. It was primarily industrial before, but it's been recently kind of revamped for high density housing. South Park and Georgetown are among Seattle's lowest income neighborhoods, and South Park in particular is one of the city's most ethnically diverse neighborhoods. The communities are also profoundly disconnected from the rest of the city due to lack of public transit and also connections to the waterfront, which a lot of the other members of the city are afforded to. So just 30% of the predicted, the planned stops for the city will actually reach this part of the city. So everyone else will be afforded this like new luxury in this new transit plan, but the lower Duwamish area will still sort of be like entirely cut off. Yeah. Next.
So South Park and Georgetown are home to residents who are among those most impacted by the Superfund site, with potential exposures from contact with contaminated sediments on neighborhood beaches, swimming or wading in the river, and perhaps most devastatingly from subsistence fishing. The resident fish of the Duwamish River feed and live in the contaminated sediments of the Superfund site. These fish are not recommended for consumption. Instead, Seattle has posted signage and engaged in the community to encourage the consumption of salmon because it's far less contaminated. Still, only 4 meals of salmon are recommended each month. This is an unacceptable condition for a river that is home to so many different demographics that rely upon fishing both economically and culturally. The salmon too rely upon the river as critical habitat. Chinook salmon, along with bull trout and steelhead, are dependent on the Duwamish River to return to their spawning sites seasonally. The river and its delta could support thriving populations of a diverse mix of species if it weren't for the contamination and consistent prioritization of industry over habitat and human experience along the river's edge. Next.
Okay. Okay, so on top of the environmental injustices facing the greater Duwamish region, it also faces a grave future in the face of climate change. The area is the prime inundation zone for large tidal events, sea level rise, and stormwater surge in the city of Seattle. And this is largely due to the artificiality of the land and the destruction of the protective marsh typologies that acted as both a sponge and a sieve for the thousands of years before it was channelized. You can see that nearly 92% of the current edge condition is either hard or armored, with just 8% left greened. You'll also notice that this green area is directly correlated to the sea level map, showing that this part of, in like the worst possible sea level rise, this area is still actually relatively low in terms of inundation compared to its like hard edge counterparts. So essentially, without intervention, the entire area will essentially cease to exist. By 2150, it'll be 92% underwater, at least partially.
So with these concerns in mind, the social, the industrial, and the environmental, we have identified a series of issues and opportunities that are critical to address current and future concerns. In summary, the site currently prioritizes industrial activity at the water's edge. This has caused disparity in health of the local ecology and the communities. We identified many programming needs required to address these issues on site and arrived at a few key initiatives that manifested into our major design interventions on site. Retreat addresses our need to face the facts. This land will be underwater if no action is taken. We have chosen a voluntary surrender to the river and the sound for the sake of our health and the health of the beings around us, but most importantly for the sake of preparedness for the future that we have unfortunately created for ourselves. The second initiative, Connect, strives to bring opportunity and access to the communities of the lower Duwamish Basin, who have been consistently marginalized. We sought to offer many different modes of connection, both to the water's edge and to the rest of the city, that so many other Seattleites have such pride for in the so-called Emerald City. Finally, we have chosen to adapt. Nothing about sea level rise and impending natural disaster is comfortable. With our design, we propose a 3-part phase system that prepares Seattle for its future, but one step at a time, with the intention of using the situation as an opportunity for change for the better in the lives of those who live and depend on the Duwamish River. These initiatives manifest as form in our design: the marsh, the edge, and the nodes.
Okay, the marsh was conceptualized in the footprint of the predicted sea level rise edges, and also looking at the spaces that the city has currently deemed as non-improvement zones. So they essentially have like no value, or non-value spaces, excuse me. So they essentially have deemed them as like being unvaluable to develop. We took a look at the predicted new edge associated with the sea level rise and pushed it forward prematurely to leave room for a new spongy marsh that's capable of absorbing all of the predicted sea level rise in the area. Harbor Island, which can be seen right here, will also be partially reappropriated to a tidal dune, mimicking that historic typology and marshland as well, to act as a first line of defense. And the remaining Harbor Island, which currently acts as a really beneficial shipping port, will be raised to protect it against storm surge. Additionally, the levee system will act as an additional protective barrier against significant storm surge events and also act as a multimodal transit corridor for people living in the region. The multimodal corridor will include 5 new light rail transit stops, bike lanes, and a pedestrian way for easy access to the water's edge. And new industrial piers, seen here, will be constructed and jut out over the levee and marshland, but connect to the new transit corridor, allowing some industrial function to continue. Lastly, the design will employ currently underused spaces, primarily in the form of parking lots, seen here, and transform them into floatable marshland parks strategically placed inland from the river. The floatable park nodes will include a mixed-use parking tower and transit stop to act both as an entry point into the larger marsh park and provide parking for local residents and workers, as well as capture stormwater coming down, which will be addressed in the next slide.
So these systems are meant to each address the primary threats faced by Seattle. The marsh and the dune at the mouth of the river are the first line of defense against storm surge and tidal events coming from the Puget Sound. Upstream, the marsh and levee captures, absorbs, and contains swelling from intense rain events, protecting the industry and residential areas inland. The nodes capture contaminated stormwater runoff before they pass the levee and enter the marsh. This prevents further contamination of the river by fertilizers, pesticides, oil, and other pollutants that would otherwise be transported from the industrial and residential areas upland into the river. Lastly, the levee and nodes work together to connect the neighborhoods both to the water's edge and to the city business district. The orange line represents the major trucking route, East Marginal Way, and the route connects to the 4 industrial piers to connect the water's edge to downtown and the Southern Industrial District. Next.
These 2 transects represent the major elements and intersections of the design. The Harbor Island, seen right here, section above demonstrates the relationship between the newly envisioned green spaces and a modernized industrial corridor, lifted above the marsh to provide, a space for a spongy protective layer below. The Kellogg Island transect is representative of the bulk of the recreational space and adjacent multimodal transit, seen here. And then the icons indicate the 6 key programming initiatives each of our design moves has encompassed: habitat restoration, storm surge protection, access to green and blue space, multimodal transit, industrial waterfront access, and pollution remediation. Each room within this design has prioritized a set of each of these initiatives. So please take note, as these icons will be continued through the rest of the presentation.
All right. So these are our 4 rooms: the boardwalk, the piers, the levee and marsh, and the node are 4 centers of activity and identity within the design. The boardwalk stretches from an existing pedestrian and cycling route out around the Harbor Island and provides a stilted viewing platform looking toward the city atop the protected dune. The piers are the proposed location of a cruise liner docking station. The piers are juxtaposed to a node that welcomes cruise line passengers, as well as serves events related to the stadiums located just across the street. The levee and marsh at Kellogg Island are situated along the proposed light rail stop at the only remaining meander from the Duwamish River's historical form. And lastly, the node at Georgetown offers a new green space for the community and a direct access point to the marshland and levee path that leads to the city. Each of these sites demonstrate the main programming goals of our project. Next. So the boardwalk offers habitat restoration, access to blue and green space, storm surge protection, and pollution remediation. These programming needs are accomplished by the protected dune and marshland developed atop the northwestern corner of today's Harbor Island. This dune acts as a breakwater against incoming storm surges and tidal events and is planted with dune grasses for stabilization. The boardwalk widens to a viewing platform at the crest of the dune, providing a visual connection to downtown. This view provides a snapshot of the industry, ecology, and urban development working together for a more sustainable use of the river's delta.
The proposed industrial piers are a strategic move to preserve industrial access to the water, a critical economic need for the area, while also allowing marshland and levee to operate below. The raised piers keep the industrial access protected from rising tides and damage and the damage that could be caused by tidal events, but also prioritizes the human experience and habitat on the ground plane through marshland and the marshland and the walkable raised levee. This room is the prime intersection of the proposed marshland, levee, and transportation corridor. The newly conceptualized transit corridor is screened by a row of trees from the walkable levee to provide comfort away from the transit, but still rests just a quick walk away to allow easy access for bikers and walkers to hop off the train onto the path and enjoy the new Marshland Park experience.
Lastly, the node at Georgetown provides a new green space for the neighborhood, as well as a method of flooding control. The space is an opportunistic transformation of existing parking sprawl on site to floodable green space, once again prioritizing the human experience at the ground plane instead of the storage and use of personal vehicles. Additionally, the node provides direct access to the levee pathway that explores the marshland and connects northbound to the city. This room exemplifies how each of the nodes connect to both the community and stormwater to marshland.
Okay, the edge will be constructed over a series of 30 years to allow ample time for retreat and the construction of both the marsh and the transit line. The floatable parking nodes are opportunistic in nature, therefore they will be the first to be constructed. The hardscape will be cleared to make room for the new floatable freshwater marshes, and the transit towers will be constructed. The retreating process to make room for the marsh will also begin today. This process is predicted to take over just 10 years, all the while the new transit centers will begin construction. Finally, beginning in 2030, the levee will begin construction along with the planting of the new marsh. By the time the marsh has been fully planted, it will have several years to seed and grow into a thriving ecosystem before the predicted water levels rise.
In the design of the edge, Bridget and I chose long-term sustainability over short-term inconvenience. This land will be underwater if no action is taken.
The edge proposes that we make moves now to adapt to that future and improve life in Seattle rather than waiting for the destruction and loss through complacency. Thank you.
I guess I'll start. Thank you for your presentation, Bridget and Kara. It was very clear and I think, really well thought out. And I appreciated how easy it was to understand the various parts and how they work together. I guess the first question that came to mind for me as you were giving the presentation was, what do you see as the biggest barriers to the adoption of a proposal like this? Because it seems like there are a lot of great ideas on the table, but I'm sure as we all know, big urban projects like this are not easy to achieve. And for one, not knowing the details of this place or the politics of this place, but even despite that, I can presume this would be a huge fight, right, to make these changes.
So you're sort of like presenting them as if it's just, you know, we wave our magic wand and so it will be. So, you know, like what do you see as the points of resistance or difficulty with any of the aspects of your proposal or the barriers to achieving it?
Do you
For
want to
me-
answer this, Sarah? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go first. For me, the major barriers I see are kind of like a common short-sightedness that there is when people are thinking about like climate change. Like they keep thinking that it's this thing that is going to affect us in years and years to come. Except there's already flooding happening here. And yes, this is us preparing for, you know, a future of like 2070, 2100. But I guess what we're advocating for here is to kind of be ahead of the curve and voluntarily move out of the way instead of waiting for the water to come in and create, you know, billions of dollars of loss. Instead, just, you know, volunteering to get out of the way. But I think the biggest barrier to that is just going to be industry and the cost and like the value of these individual parcels that we're moving. And probably education at the same time of why this is necessary.
Yeah, and I'll just, oh, sorry. I'll just jump on top of on that thought. In the research, it was really interesting. I came across several reports like that was sort of, I assume done by like the people running the industry in the area. And they were kind of trying to prove, almost like make a case for like why the industry had to stay there. And so they did all this this actual like community outreach and whatnot to talk to community members. And the like most community members, at least in this specific report done by the city, were like, actually, we would be happy to have some of this industry go away because it's actually like making our lives, even though it's providing us jobs, it's like also kind of sickening us and like making our quality of life worse. And so I think Kara is correct in thinking that these like large sort of corporate forces will definitely be the biggest obstacle. But I thought it was interesting to understand that the community was sort of on board with deconstructing this area. So that in its own way is almost like this nice, like, I don't know, at least the people who live there want it to happen. So maybe they could be like an extra force in making it happen.
So I think it's really important to somehow pull that conflict into your work, either directly, you know, into your proposal and actually deal with some of those difficulties instead of just assuming that one side of the argument will be overpowered and hopefully in your favor. But to actually, so to either sort of like actually wrestle with that yourselves and try to resolve it, or at least present it and have that difficulty sort of discussed in a meaningful way, because I think that just makes it sort of, I don't know, more interesting, but also more meaningful. It makes your work more meaningful because, you know, we've seen so many proposals by landscape architects mostly and others, but you know, designers often come to the table and they're like, well, we should just do this and this and this. And of course we should, but like the question is always like, why hasn't anyone? There are deep-seated reasons why these things haven't happened and why it's so difficult to make them happen. And so, you know, I think you'd be bringing more to the table if you actually wrestled with that or pointed out the tension there. And how you imagine that it could be resolved. You know, and sometimes that is like, it's just plain wrong. And people's lives are endangered. And so, you know, but, you know, when you drill down, what does that really mean? That, you know, does industry really just go away? Or is there sort of other forms of, you know, economic productivity that come in and replace it? What happens?
So I'm curious about that. I feel like it's almost like implied, right? And I agree that we should have mentioned like this more explicitly, but I suppose like I don't really know how you incorporate that as part of a design proposal? Because it's been on my mind around like the feasibility and like the realism of it, but I guess I just don't really, I was personally at a loss for like how to actually include that as a part of like the larger design proposal, because I feel like these sorts of projects are always sort of like combated and fraught. I don't know. Does that make sense? So if you have any like questions, but
no, I think it's just sort of like at the outset presenting the issue, right? Sort of honestly presenting it, and then doing the research to really understand it in its complexity. Because industry is a very broad term, you know, like which industries, how many, like what kinds of activities are actually happening. And I mean, I think at the very least, you sort of like present, this is, you know, in research, there's always a kind of like acknowledgement of the problems or the what didn't work, or you know, why the research was I don't know, like how it's like problematic. So I think as designers, we can do the same thing. I'm not saying like through design, you need to resolve all of the constraints and issues. But I think being honest about the complexities, it makes your proposal more interesting, you know, because it isn't just like, well, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great if we could only do it. But like, it's just too easy because we can't.
Yeah, I want to add on to that, my number one question for you was, where does the industry go? Because if I'm understanding this correctly, the entire industrial zone of the Duwamish is now a marsh and a recreation area, which actually, let me just back up and say, really clear presentation, really clear graphics. The information and data that you shared was really solid, and I appreciated that. And also the storytelling of what are the issues, what are some strategies, and how do those strategies get implemented on the ground. But I think what those compelling graphics and storytelling did was also kind of push under the rug exactly what Phoebe's talking about, which is that this is the third largest port on the West Coast. It's an internodal transport place where airfield, train, and shipping intersect, and you move a shipping container from a ship to a train and from a train to a ship. There is a huge amount of commercial activity that happens here, in heavy industrial commercial activity that happens here. So either you gut Seattle's economy or you move this port. And for industrial, I'm totally blanking on the word, docks, is not quite going to cut it, because that entire harbor island has gantries to pull stuff off of. I mean, the entire island is a place to pull the stuff off of ships and move it onto trains. And I think you marshed over Boeing Field, which Boeing is going to be surprised by. They've got research labs there. So there are some big players here.
Boeing's actually down here. Sorry to interrupt, but it's actually here. So we strategically did not march over.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, fair enough. So I think that question of like, I love it. It's a bold vision. It reminds me of, you know, the Lower Don or Buffalo Bayou, only bigger. Or the one that it actually reminds me of most is SWA's proposal for Galveston Bay. And I think some of their graphics, which help really visualize what are the problems, and they locate in one of their maps, you know, where are all the oil refineries, where are all the this, that, and the other thing, where's the flood level? And therefore, when it floods, these toxins are going to be in your water and in your soil and in your community. And I don't know anybody who can look at those graphics and not like have a cardiac arrest. So they make a really compelling argument about the risk involved and why that overwhelms or outvalues what's being removed. I do think you need to address the fact that what's being removed is a huge, huge port, and it needs to go somewhere else. So that was one question comment. Did you remove Georgetown and South Park neighborhoods, or are they notched in somehow? Sort of, how did you decide where to put the levee? And sorry if I missed that. It might have been perfectly clear on one of your graphics.
I have a graphic specifically for that.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, because that was one of the questions that I had was, depending on where that levee was, who is this for? But that makes it perfectly clear, thank you. So how did you decide what the alignment of the levee was?
So the alignment of the levee and like sort of that new edge that we were talking about was based off of the sea level rise predictions, and then also some spaces that the city has already sort of like kind of not tossed aside, but like sort of deemed as like not really that important. That's what their reports have said. I wouldn't probably use that, but they said non-improvement. And so we kind of just like traced this line and also like looked at where the actual residential communities were and started to understand like how we could divert water away from the Georgetown area or South Park, excuse me, in the Georgetown area. But mostly we actually tried to kind of like follow those predictions, just to like kind of like give breathing room and space to where that water actually was like going to go anyway. But still kind of like shifting a little bit so then the residential areas would be relatively protected.
Okay, that makes total sense. Thank you. The final question that I had for you was, this is a Superfund site, and frankly, every time it rains, like nasty stuff oozes out of parking lots and sidewalks. It's quite disgusting, actually. And they have a series of Green Street pilot programs to help deal with some of that. But I'm curious if you had an approach to the toxicity of this site and what you would propose for that.
Kara, do you want to answer that one? Are you frozen?
Yeah, our goal was to kind of use the having some of that phytoremediation of the sediment, but existing like dredging and capping of the sediment is a current thing that they're using. But for their addressment of the Superfund site, they've started a few restoration projects along the water, but of course they're like these really tiny like piecemeal attempts at saying like, oh, we put a wetland here and that's going to do all these great things, but it's really just this like fragmented chunk of wetland in like a sea of concrete. So we were kind of trying to do an opposite effect. Sea of marshland.
It's not to like get on my living tribes horse again, but you know, the Duwamish are a living tribe and they're part of the Coastal Salish Confederation of Tribes, and they have fishing rights in this river, which go back to the, you know, cessation grants that again were not honored by Congress or the presidents. And yet, what a foul thing we've given them, fishing rights to their ancestral lands for toxic fish. That to me is a really problematic aspect. And I'd love to see you tackle that head on and say that, you know, not only is this about South Park and Georgetown, but it's also about reparations for the Coastal Salish tribes and giving back to them something that we took from them, that we, the United States, took from them. I'd love to see that sort of addressed more critically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was definitely on our minds when we were sort of like trying to figure out a way or a system that would begin to capture the stormwater and also like begin to sort of like act as this like natural sieve. It wasn't, you're right though, it wasn't like a necessarily like direct thing. It was just like one of many things that we were trying to accomplish. But yeah, that's certainly extremely important. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adam, and then I have a few comments that I want to make after
Sure.
Adam goes.
I'll be quick. So I love the idea. I'm a big fan of restoration and saving the world and all that fun stuff. I struggle with the scale of this project and sort of the definition of form. And, you know, if you're going to displace all of this industry, I've been at, you know, for the past 10 minutes while folks are commenting, sort of flying around and Google Maps and just looking at like Roxy's right. Like this would gut the, economy of Seattle. This is an enormously densely populated industrial zone. And so I was kind of curious for you all to like tell us how you determined like where your project starts and stops, and does it just follow the non-improvement spaces, and sort of is it only related to the flooding, so that like at the bottom of your middle map there on that little vignette, is that as far as the sea level would rise, and that sort of terminated the scope of your project?
This down here is Tukwila, so it's not Seattle anymore. So it's a different city. So that's why, because it would just be, I think it would be more complicated to work with two cities. That seems like it would be more complicated.
Well, it's interesting because like part of it's a municipal thing, but the other is like what's the the living system that you'd be dealing with that doesn't pay attention to municipal boundaries. So I'm not necessarily advocating that it should continue to grow. I guess I was curious as to what other things did you look at and study in order to sort of see the scale of this project. And then I think it's really challenging that your improvements, which would add some economic value back into this land grab, which is absolutely enormous, is the 4 piers or wharfs and then a boardwalk, right? And that boardwalk is essentially the size of this entire rail yard, which goes next to this huge oil refinery. So that no improvement zone for sea level rise is a massive shell oil refinery. And so, there's just so much to this that I think has to be unpacked a little bit more for it to make sense. I mean, as a pie in the sky idea about restoration, that sounds great. Then that has some basic issues like what do you do with all the impervious surfaces when you demo, hectares of asphalt parking? What do you do with all that asphalt? Now are you making mountains, making it somebody else's problem? You've just created, 12 new landfills or something. So like there's some logistic issues with that. And, the greenfield sort of, it's a brownfield development and Superfund site. So is the asphalt, just I'm playing devil's advocate here, like keeping the sediment in place so that it is not contaminating? Once you uncap that and flood it, what's the result of, now having all those exposed soils and things? And I understand phytoremediation, that you would ideally plant it and that would remediate it, but it's just like there's so many layers to this that I think if it were smaller, could it have been more focused and, really went through the depth of the challenges that you're about to uncover, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I guess the way we frame the problem is no matter what we do, especially if we do nothing, in about 100 years, this is going to be underwater anyways. So I guess the strategy we took was to just accept that and start the process of moving these important industries away. And I think where we went wrong is we didn't go further into developing what that plan of moving things and retreating. We didn't develop that idea enough. And so I think if we had, this might be a little bit more clear, the idea of retreat.
Well, just last thing is like in that line of thinking, if you would set the situation up so that it's like, hey, in 100 years from now, we won't need the oil refinery because we've shifted our energy source to some other renewable thing. So then now you don't have to find a home for Shell because Shell has shifted to a different type of energy company. And so now we no longer need the refinery. So those sorts of storylines, I think you have to tell us and just stand behind it and say, this is what, our assumptions are.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like my issue with this proposal is really like fundamental to the approach. And so I don't want to critique that too much because this is a studio and you all are, there's a lot that you've done really well. But, I think it's worthwhile to say that this kind of approach of like, we go in and we kind of, for lack of a better word, master plan this huge area, right? And we tell you what it should be. That's a kind of approach that I actually don't think that's the way to the future. And I think landscape architecture should shift away from that, and become much more strategic and much more collaborative with all of the other players, and in wrestling with the difficulties of change. And to move the port, simply to move a port, I mean, I just like, I can't swallow that pill. It sounds crazy, right? Like, I mean, I don't know this port, but if you told me they're going to move the Oakland port, I'd be like, where? Like, how does that's like moving a city, it's like, well, how do you move a city? Like what? So I don't think it's like, I think it really undermines the good thinking you've done to sort of take that approach, but then that's like fundamental to your scheme. So it's really hard to evaluate. And I think the other sort of like foundational thing that I'm having a little bit of difficulty with is also an approach of like one thing replaces another, right? That we can just, this shouldn't be here, so another thing is coming in. And each of your pieces really is doing that. Like each piece of your proposal is doing that. It's a replacement strategy. And I think there is the possibility for a different approach, which is like a resolution strategy, right? So which things absolutely need to be replaced and which things can be resolved? Like what things can coexist and how? And that's where like innovation and really smart thinking comes in, because that's really hard to do, right? Resolving. But one of the best things about design is when one thing can do many things instead of one thing, just swapping out one thing for another. And then my last comment is, and I hope these don't seem like really harsh comments, because again, I think you guys did really good work in a very challenging semester when you couldn't even visit this place. My last comment is just sort of Adam touched on this already. Accepting your proposal and your work, I would love to see more detailed, more architectural drawings that described the things that you're proposing. At this point in the curriculum, I would hope to see like sections to scale that we can really get into, and sort of more descriptive kinds of renderings that show how you're proposing the shape and form of these things to create certain kinds of experiences. Because we're, I mean, in a certain way, you could say, all right, sort of engineers could be, and planners could put forth a proposal like this, right? So what does a landscape architect bring to the table? And, I think that one of the things that we bring to the table that they don't is the choreography of experience and the aesthetic experience. And so that's materiality, but it's also just everything that's architectural, right? The shape and form of things, and the relationships between them. So the drawings that you guys have, the views where, like it's sort of like this white swath of path doesn't really sell your idea for me personally. I think that's just maybe if you had another month or two to go deeper into actually designing some of these pieces. What is the boardwalk really? What is the light rail really, because just screening it with trees, like that's, to me, that's a little sad. And I think of the Hudson Valley. If you've ever taken the train up into the Hudson Valley from New York or vice versa, it goes all along the Hudson River. And there are points when it kind of touches it and you feel like you're on the water. And then it moves away, you know? So I think like there's so much variability and experience that you guys could actually design and choreograph, and no one can argue with that, right? Like that's sort of what you bring as designers, and as your vision for the uniqueness of this place.
And I'm sort of struggling with this, and maybe I'm on a slightly different position than Phoebe, because I really appreciate the stance you took, which is it's going to be underwater. So what do we do? I do think you need to address the big industrial elephant in the room. But I mean, the fact that it will be underwater. So how does the city respond to that? I think the boldness of thinking about that is important. And also, I think, you know, I wonder if there's an image that you could have made just showing, if we do nothing, this is what this looks like in 100 years, which similar to the, you know, the flood level refineries SWA image. You know, you look at this area and just fill it with water and there are a couple buildings sticking up. Like that's going to terrify people in a kind of pre-visioning. Imagine the images of New Orleans in Katrina. It was just grisly watching a highway dive into water. And so really visualizing what this might look like under 5, 8, 10 feet of water would terrify people and would help create that sense of urgency around why this big, crazy idea about relocating a port. How does that work?
Yeah, but like, is it all or nothing? I mean,
yeah,
really, like, it's all underwater or it goes away. We wipe it away. You know, like I just.
Is there a way to?
I'm sure there's some really destructive, horrible strategy that people could come up with that, or have already suggested, that saves the industry in place, right?
Yeah.
And it's not underwater.
Yeah, and that would be an interesting thing to see. What has Seattle thought about how to address this yet? Because clearly, like, the kind of floodgates aren't going to work because then the ships can't come in. So what do they think they're going to do about this problem?
Are they just going to raise the ground? I mean, it's like maybe the ground, maybe it's like you fill it again. You filled it once, fill it again.
Genuinely no substantial plan right now for how to save this area, which I think is insane. So
they just invested in the seawall to save the city business district, and that's why that is not, well, on a sea level rise plan, that is not being flooded, but they haven't addressed the industrial zone. I think currently what their idea is that they're raising it around the shoreline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bay and I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe they have like a crazy way of putting a seawall and then creating locks that all the ships come through. But you know, the Elliott Bay is huge. You can't possibly block this area off.
It's really deep as well. That is an idea that we explored, and it quickly drops 200 feet deep. Like it would be impossible to build a structure within Elliott Bay to be like any kind of storm surge protection like you would see in Netherlands, where it's like much more shallow and there's actually something to like peer into that's not 200 feet deep.
Well, and also I'm not that into technocratic solutions. I'm not that into giant rotating seawalls and flood control dams. I'm much more interested in kind of landscape-based solutions. How can we address this issue? So I appreciate that, but it's, I mean, you picked really a wicked problem, a really intractable problem.
But that's part of the case making, right? Like, I think you actually need to have that argument built on, you know, preload your presentation with that argument of, you know, instead of it, it's not enough to just say this is all going to be underwater. Because like when you say that, I just ignore it. I'm like, oh no, there's like all kinds of environmental destruction that can happen to keep it from being underwater. So like, I want to know like, yeah, like what, all of what we just talked about, right? The specificity of which industries, you know, will be impacted, how, what, you know, the alternatives, why they won't work. And so like, really like we are backed up against a corner. And you could even include, you know, economic reasons why it's just not feasible to save the industry. But I think then we wouldn't even be having this conversation, you know, if you had made that argument convincingly.
And Seattle's not afraid of big projects. You know, they like flattened half the city. They reversed the drainage of Lake Union. You know, they're fine with big engineering projects. But I do think you need to make, as Phoebe was just saying, make the critical argument that we've looked at the hardscape and the softscape and the hybrid options. Here's why these various ones don't work. And this is the impact of the one that we're proposing.
I think that we should move on. Bridget and Kara, the thing that's exciting to me is that this has gone through a number of iterations where you looked at a lot of these different variations. And so thinking back on the sort of arc and trajectory of this project and the openness that you both had in terms of considering some bold and then some more quiet ways of addressing this place is really exciting. So I think it's been a really good conversation that has picked up on themes we've been talking about throughout the semester. Thank you so much. We are going to move on to Margaret and Heather.
Hi everyone, I'm Heather.
I'm Margaret.
I'm just putting us to full screen. Okay, so our project today is called The Case for Flux, and Margaret will get us situated in Richmond, British Columbia.
So situated just 1 meter above sea level and home to more than 200,000 people, the island of Richmond, British Columbia is an urban suburb 30 minutes from Vancouver, at risk of disappearing under rising seas by the end of the century. With this uncertain future in mind, The Case for Flux takes a cue from the ever-evolving nature of delta landforms to propose a new type of solution to this coming crisis, a hybrid strategy that embraces uncertainty while also planning for protection. The Case for Flux comprises a series of protective linked systems informed by shifting water levels and changes in salinity in the Fraser River Delta. The project is designed to protect the densely populated urban core from the threat of rising sea level, while drawing attention to transitional moments caused by seasonal rhythms and climate change. Since the turn of the 20th century, Richmond has been protected by a levee system that creates a hard, inaccessible barrier that renders these moments of incremental gentle flux and large-scale environmental change largely invisible, often until it's too late. Understanding that some levee raising is still necessary to protect the island's developed urban core, we propose a multifaceted plan intended to rebuild ecosystems, engage people, utilize sediment, and protect the urban core. The Case for Flux achieves these goals by reclaiming underutilized farmland to create an aquatic park for recreation, reclaiming sediment for levee raising and land formation, and building a protective sand barrier island and tidal marsh along the coastline for way of vegetation, as well as observation and scientific study, all while respecting and restoring some of the Delta's natural flux. Next slide, please.
Since we're looking at flux, we thought it was important to identify the variables and relationships that are impacting the Fraser River Delta. And this led us to find 3 key elements that we'll be dealing with throughout the full project. One is sea level rise and the associated impacts of flooding and salinization coming from the Pacific Ocean. The next is Fraser River flooding, which is freshwater. And finally, there is an abundance of sediment, and it seems to be there's too much in the wrong places. We'll get into this a little bit more, but since these natural systems have been disconnected, it's now, sediment is now seen as a waste product, which is dredged and removed from the site. And since it's no longer allowed to deposit on the floodplain, it's contributing to land subsidence. And as we can see through these relationships, rising temperatures will only make these issues all the more volatile over the coming years. So looking at the existing conditions and how they informed our design goals, here we look at Richmond. It's about 100 square kilometer site located 1 meter above sea level. Over the rest of the century, sea level is projected to rise 1 meter while the land is projected to subside 0.2, leading to a 1.2 meter sea level rise. This informs our goal of engaging people at the ocean side of the site. In addition, there are extreme flooding prediction scenarios. Here we're looking at the 2100 100-year floodplain and also projected sea level rise of 1 meter. And this informed our decision to rebuild wetland ecosystems. We also looked at opportunities that present themselves on the site. So currently there's a 5,000 hectare agricultural land reserve, 50% of which is considered underutilized, either because farming has moved away or because of speculative development outside the intentions of the ALR. At the same time, there is this abundance of currently unused sediment. So that informed our goal of creating a channel to capture sediment and use it to build some of the protective systems we're talking about. Finally, there's an existing levee ring, currently 3.5 meters high and including 49 kilometers. Our proposal is to condense that to create a higher levee around the urban core, protecting it. So that will take the length of the levees from 49 kilometers to 34 kilometers.
The study of delta formation reveals that the system is constantly in motion, meaning there is no static before situation to restore. So our proposal is making the conscious decision to no longer raise the levees around underutilized farmland, and thus allow for the creation of new wetlands, the reclaiming of carbon sequestering peat bogs, and the new connection between the river and its floodplain, as well as lessening the pressure on the levee ring protecting the island. So there are three main systems that we want to highlight on our site. The first is the freshet flow. So the surge of fresh water into the Fraser from melted snow in the spring and summer increases the volume of the Fraser River sixfold, which also impacts the salt wedge. So the salt wedge is the point in the flow of seawater into a tidal estuary where it meets fresh water, causing the denser salt water to sink. What that means for our site is that during the summer, the salt wedge is pushed much closer to the coastline. And then last but not least, we have dredging. So the removal of sediment from the river channel. Most sediment flows through the south arm of the river where the majority of annual dredging occurs. While this delta has developed over thousands of years, we do want to highlight that modern hard-edged infrastructure has disconnected the river from its floodplain. And rather than replenishing the floodplain, the sediment now has nowhere to go. So there's about 20 million tons of material that get dumped into the Strait of Georgia every year. And then annually about 3.5 million cubic meters is dredged. And a lot of that is seen as just a waste product that is not really used. Next slide, please. So this is the history of Lulu Island. Richmond is located on Lulu Island. Around 3500 BCE, land formation stabilized. And Richmond is on unceded Musqueam territory. They lived in the region as early as 3500 BCE. with as many as 2,000 people there during the winter, and then almost 20,000 each spring when they hunted salmon. Around 1790, British colonizers arrive, and this is where we start to see the rise of industrial fishing. In 1906, dikes are installed, which channelizes the river and has a large impact on salmon migration. And then that brings us to the present era, where Richmond is a very vibrant and multicultural site. It has a population of 215,000 people, but it's estimated that by 2040, the population is going to grow by 80,000. It's also one of the most diverse cities in Canada. 60% of the population are immigrants. And it's also very dense. So as it stands, it's 1,500 people per kilometer, which is similar to Portland. But when you take into consideration that about half of the island is mostly agricultural underutilized space, the density of the urban core becomes a lot similar to Seattle. So our goal for Richmond's future is to utilize sediment, protect the urban core, engage people, and rebuild ecosystems.
So as Margaret mentioned, since the fluctuation of the salt wedge is such a key element at this location, we wanted to look at species as a kind of continuum, focusing on indicator species that give clues about the health of the ecosystems, as well as simply the location of the salt wedge, as sea level rise will push saltwater eastward in the future. So here we have a number of key species, from eelgrass, of course, an important estuary habitat. Also in the center, we're looking at some urban adapters, species that have done well and continue to do well in the urbanized center. And finally, also looking at species like Himalayan blackberry. While not endemic to the region, is a species that can deal with both flooding and high salt levels. So that makes it particularly suited to the future of the site and can tell us, and its health can tell us about the situation with regards to salinity, while other species may not be able to survive.
So our 4 main design moves are to densify by moving existing neighborhoods to the front part of the island and strategically raising levees to create a fortified circle. Utilize existing dredge sediment to build new land. Accommodate the river by cutting into existing topography to make room for the Fraser River to expand. And stratify, designed to accommodate horizontal shifts in salinity and vertical shifts in sea level.
So as we talked about before, this new protective ring is really a core element of the project. And what we're proposing is a planted levee of reaching 8 meters high and 34 kilometers in length. And that number was chosen by combining projected sea level rise, the subsidence, high tide levels, storm surge, and wave run up. At the current moment, the City of Richmond's plan is to expand, to raise the levees to 4.7 meters over the next 75 years. And that was really alarming to us because already in 2019, the highest flood of the year, or I'm sorry, the highest tide of the year was 4.25 meters. And just looking at October 2020, the tide reached or surpassed 3.5 meters more than 22 times. So our goal is to create this protective barrier, but also to do it in a way that encourages recreational possibilities and connection to the water. So also thinking about the urban core, we have to acknowledge the extreme housing pressures in this region. So much of the island is currently a suburban typology. And so we're encouraging new multi-use development that we believe can use market rate housing at higher levels that with views over the levee to subsidize affordable housing and also space for light industry, something that's really been pushed out of the region in recent decades because of housing prices or real estate prices. Also, street level retail will create walkable neighborhoods served by public transportation. Another move here when it comes to hydrology is the creation of infiltration channels. And the goal there is to counter the effects that agricultural pumping of water has contributed to subsidence and to kind of restore some of that moisture back into the soil. So these two perspectives are really all about that western edge of the levee. On the left, it imagines the experience that it might be to walk along that levee park with the tidal flats and Strait of Georgia to your left and the city to the right. And on the right, we're looking at this urban core with the new infiltration channels. Just for an idea of scale, if you look at the kite, that gives you an idea of the relationship between these two spaces and what it's like to live in a city on these two levels. So talking about the edge, a key element of this project is to reconnect people to these natural cycles and make them visible. So we thought about ways to create spaces where people can appreciate tidal fluctuation in a safe way, opening the way for a dialogue about the realities of climate change and reconnection to the systems that sustain us. So here we have just a few different possibilities for that engagement along the levee trail, from a bike path, moving from west to east, a bike path to a series of viewing platforms that provide a way to access the top of the levee, but also to both study and experience the water itself.
Sorry, y'all, my dog has been barking a lot. We also wanted to think about how to create adaptable spaces in this bottom section. So you can see the floodable terraces in 2050 and then 2100. And then over where to the right of the image where it says sediment fallout, we also wanted to explore the different ways that sediment was going to settle along these meanders. So these are spaces that will have to be dredged, but we'll get to what is happening with that dredged sediment. One of the main things that we wanted to do was create a space for that sediment to fall out, to sort of begin to capture it before it all dumped out in the mouth of the river. Next slide. So our barrier island is located 200 meters off the island's ocean shore. And a sand barrier island reaching 3 meters above sea level can dampen wave heights by 70%, lessening pressure on the levee and preventing erosion. As it currently exists, there is an existing levee that, if you look at that dark blue dotted line, that is the sea level rise by 2050. So not a substantial protection. Our proposal is not only raising the levee, but also adding in this viewing area and bioswale to sort of soften that line between the levee and the suburban edge. Next slide. So one of the main questions that came up with our proposal is what to do with all of the sediment. And the main reason that the sediment is not used to rebuild land is that a lot of it is incredibly saturated. So this clay pit proposal starts to address how to make dredged sediment usable. And this is actually a pilot project that has been used successfully in several different locations in the Netherlands. And what it is that dredged silty sediment, which our sediment is, it's predominantly silt, is collected and placed in pits to ripen for 3 to 5 years. And really what this does is it cures the sediment, dries it out, and then prepares it to be used to build land and fortify levees. This is a part of our project that is primarily agricultural land, which has really been impacted by increasing salinization and land subsidence, which is why we've seen a lot of farming move elsewhere. At the bottom is our proposed clay pit. We see this top layer is dredged sediment, and then you have layer of sand as a filter, and then the existing grade. Next slide. Then we have our meanders. So a new channel is dug through low points in the island, making room for the Fraser River to expand, and also creating opportunities where sediment can deposit. What we currently have on site are these cranberry bogs. And to run these bogs, they pump water in and out, which really heavily contributes to land subsidence. So our proposal is to reclaim and restore these as peat bogs, which can sequester large amounts of carbon, as well as help absorb water during large flooding events. And we also have a protective wetland edge, and then we see the ways that people can engage with these meanders as well. Next slide. And last but not least, we have these renders of the back part of the park where we're utilizing sediment, accommodating the river, and the species that are highlighted here, we're calling it the coho salmon because they're really an important species and one of the only species that engages with every single ecosystem in our project because of the way that they migrate from upriver to the ocean. And then we've also highlighted some species that we just like really thought were fun and interesting. That's how I feel about the Nootka cypress. I love their shape. And they are, I think, just like really interesting to explore this process of what sort of existing species can we engage with. And then on the right, the Western sandpiper is actually a migratory bird. So thinking about as we are rebuilding this tidal marsh and dune system, how are we also creating a space for migratory and shorebirds? Thank you guys. And then the last slide is our project statement.
I'm going to ask you a question, but before I do, I'm going to say, again, really clear, comprehensive, thorough. The problems that you set up with regard to climate change, sea level rise, the increasing salinity, the change in flows, the sedimentation. I think you set up a really clear urban problem and then start to resolve it through a pretty compelling narrative. What do you think is the key inquiry scale of this project? What's the core inquiry here?
I think that at the core of this project is creating space for these difficult conversations. Like the previous group mentioned, while there's a lot of uncertainty in general around climate change and its impacts, it's very clear that it's an urgent situation that's coming very quickly. So I think that addressing that, taking a hard look at what's there, what is more flexible, and as Margaret mentioned in the beginning, this isn't a site where we can restore to a particular to a past situation. So it's really thinking about how we can allow for some flux while also protecting things that need to be protected.
Okay, thanks. Because the reason I ask that is that I feel like you have 4 projects here, and I want them to be either one project with a context or one project united. And right now, I was going to say that your core project was the levee system. And I was like, man, get into that levee system. Does it just have to be a skinny little thing, or can it change in plans? So, it's one of the things that I worry about with infrastructure, that we say, oh, well, a power corridor needs to be 100 feet wide, so let's just make it 100 feet wide. What if we sculpted the edge so that it was more of an ecotone that addressed the condition there? Does a highway corridor need to be 250 feet wide? Does a levee need to be this wide? Or can we change it in plans so that it becomes something, there are nodes and paths along it? But given your answer, and then I was going to say, so the levee system is your inquiry, and now drill down into the experience of that place. Show me the plan, the section, the materials. How do I really feel and belong on this place? How do I experience the marsh? How do I experience the ocean through this levee park? While also contextualizing it in this bigger question about flux and change and the impact of the river and the impact of the ocean on this urban center. But your answer makes me think, actually, that's an interesting inquiry, a more interesting inquiry scale, because you're addressing both stasis and flux. But given that, I feel like some things were more developed than others. And, you know, if we all had a year to do it, we would all bring it to another level. So I feel like the contextual setup is clear to me, and the problem that you set up is clear to me. I kind of want to see more diagrams about, like, how does the river change? How does the river move? If it does begin to meander, what does that look like? Is it just one little barrier island, or do those change over time? Is there a series of images of 10 years, 50 years, 100 years? Do they become very networked and complex barrier islands? You say flux, but then the flux doesn't really get fleshed out. And I think that's a really interesting opportunity for you to continue to explore. So, you know, it's fine, you got where you got in this semester, but grab that idea of flux, because it's super interesting and super important. And when we're talking about long-term landscape change over 150, 200 years, we have to talk about flux. We can't just say, I'm going to design a thing and it's going to sit here. That's not reality. So I think it's a really important idea, and I'd love to see you keep working with that over, you know, future terms, and think about what that means for you. I have other questions, but I'm going to let other people talk first.
I have a question. Where does the dredge sediment go currently?
So that's a great question.
Does it go to the Dominican Republic or something like that?
We have actually been trying to get to the bottom of part of that. And even when we've had reviewers from Vancouver, they don't totally know. I can tell you that about half of it gets sold back upland and is then used in construction projects. So it's commercially cleaned and then like just goes back upriver. And that was actually one of the things that we learned that like really started this inquiry of how can we work with existing resources and existing systems, because the fact that the sediment, you know, makes it all the way to the mouth of the river, and then we like scoop it back up at great expense, chemically clean it, and then it just like goes right back to where it came from, is an interesting cycle. But then no one really knows what happens to the other half. I have a working theory that they maybe just like landfill it, because it is, when it's dredged, it's so saturated that it is really hard to use. And in the Bay Area, there are a couple precedent projects we looked at, like unlocking Alameda Creek, where a lot of other deltas sort of have the opposite problem that Richmond has, which is that they don't have enough sediment. So there are a lot of really interesting examples of how people are like using and remediating dredge sediment in that way. So that was another thing that Heather and I were like, yes, this is a great opportunity, because Richmond actually has truly more sediment than they know what to do with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've even heard there's some people who claim that it's just dumped in the ocean. So it's definitely not being utilized.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would love to see more development of that idea, you know, how just, yeah, like how you imagine it, the sort of shape and form and projection into the future. Like, I don't know if it's possible with the information you have to even like calculate volumes and to understand, you know, the magnitude on a, you know, decades basis, the kind of transformation that one might see. But I had a sort of similar thought to Roxy, that this project, like you titled it, you know, with the word flux, but then you're pretty adamant about the hard edge protecting the urban core. And so, you know, I'm really interested in this relationship between like what is preserved and what is changing. And of course, what is preserved is changing all the time. It will, just not in the way that you're talking about here. But, you know, to think about maybe instead of creating this dichotomy between the urban core and then the natural systems, right? Or the natural landscape, the landscape that is, you know, that you're picturing as one might imagine a delta to be, to sort of think about how flux is applicable to both the, you know, the dredging landform marsh landscape and the urban core, and then the relationship between the two. Because I agree with you, like one of the strangest things, if you've ever been, I know, Margaret, you lived in New Orleans, and I don't know New Orleans that well, but I've been in other places in Arkansas that are protected by levees. And they're like, the levees are enormous in the Delta region of Arkansas. They're huge. They're so large that you don't even know they're levees. You know, it's just like there's a road over there. There's like miles long, and you just can't get a sense of, there's no like reference for scale. And the river is so far away that you also like don't know where the river is. And to go down and find it, you know, is difficult. And so that kind of displacement of water from human habitation is one of the most unfortunate aspects of levees. And I would be, you know, I think that's like an area that you could massage more in your project. Like I see the occupation of the levee and the experience of the levee itself in your project, but I'm not really getting the sense of, you know, like it does seem like the urban core is one thing, the levee and its landscape is another. And I also start to think about, like, you know, you mentioned the immigrant population, like thinking about movement and flux and change more broadly with, you know, the migration of people, the movement of people in and out. You know, how will this city change and grow or not grow? How will it be diminished? I mean, like that actually happens in some urban places. Like, how do you, it could be this thing where you're really like speculating and projecting into the future on many fronts around this conceptual idea of flux. It is, I know for the purposes of this studio, it is a kind of like concrete and practical scheme, you know, like you're sort of like solving problems, complex ecological problems. But I think like this one, it feels like there's room to really like broaden it conceptually.
Maybe that is a really important idea, and one that I don't think anybody has brought up in the 5 projects that I've seen, is that with climate change models, the Pacific Northwest is likely to be a climate refuge with a lot of climate refugees moving in. And I think that human flux is a really important thing to address in these.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, to that point, I see this as more of a Band-Aid on a larger issue. I mean, is building levees, I mean, have we not learned our lessons, I guess, from New Orleans, right? Are we making another problem that we're going to have an issue with 150 years from now? And at what point do we just unsettle an area and get out and not wall it in higher? And I don't know. It's like a larger ethical dilemma. It's completely unrealistic, I think, in a lot of ways. But these are huge infrastructural projects so far that we've looked at, and it seems like we're just trying to fix things by doing more, like putting more stuff on it. Anyways, that's one thing we should probably come back to. But a couple quick notes that I had was, y'all used a term about underutilized farmland. And I would be cautious about that, right? Because, we all kind of like to eat. And what does that mean? If it's underutilized, are you putting more, people there? I don't know that we could just subtract the farmland and then complain about the prices in grocery stores, right? So it's, larger issues there. It's also industrial. I zoomed in on the Google Maps, and apparently this is where Ocean Spray of Canada lives, right? So all of Ocean Spray's cranberries must come from this region. So it seems to be pretty important to them.
There was an article, I think it was in the New York Times today, maybe, about how cranberry bogs in Massachusetts have displaced wetlands. And I used to have a cranberry bog in my backyard. When I lived there, I didn't own it, but it was there. But yeah, so that's what I was thinking when I saw the farmland and the cranberries and the, I don't know, is cranberry, is it actually make the right environment for a peat bog, or would that actually be transitioned to wetland? But I had the same thought, Adam, about the farmland. I right away, my hair stood up in the back of my neck, and I'm like, no, you can't take away the farm. You can't destroy the farmland. There isn't enough as it is. But isn't it that the land is it's too it's salinizing?
Yeah. So a lot of the farmers have moved by choice because it's no longer
you can't grow
really good soil. Exactly. It's really salty. And I'll let Heather. Did you have something you wanted to say about the bogs?
Yeah, I have two things to address. I think the one is the term underutilized is specifically referring to people who have used kind of this designation to buy large plots of land for speculative development. So you see a lot of McMansions on a quote unquote farm using this designation. So that's why that term is used. And then just in terms of the bogs, one of the early opportunities we discovered with this project is there are a lot of existing bogs on the site, some in the urban core that have been restored as kind of parks projects, but most of them in this eastern half. So the potential is there, and definitely something that, given more time, we would have loved to look into further.
So the farmland is like in the U.S. where people buy land for to as a residential property, and then they harvest hay so that they can call it a farm and get the tax break. Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
It's estates. Yeah. I mean, and in that case, I would then say well, then you're talking about how does that happen, right? You're talking about it's not just land. It's people own the land privately. People live there. How do you acquire it? With histories of eminent domain, do you really want to go there? What are the ethics of that? And practically, how does it happen?
Yeah, and I think that makes me think of something Adam said earlier, which has been something that I personally and Margaret and I also have discussed, but I've really been grappling with over the course of this semester is exactly like you said, doing more of the same versus giving up the space. And I think that in this particular case, it is something that was considered, but unfortunately at this time, there just really aren't great mechanisms to implement that, specifically in a market as saturated as the Vancouver area. I had something to say and I lost it. Actually Canada does have a pretty robust program for retreat that it's been developing recently. So there are systems by which landowners can either choose up to 2 times to receive support after emergencies or funds to relocate. So that is something that the Canadian government is already investigating.
And I did appreciate, that reminds me, a kind of minor comment. I appreciated the consideration of the housing market and the idea that more density, higher buildings, you could subsidize market rate housing through more luxury housing at the upper stories that would have these expansive views. I thought that kind of thinking was important to think about the social structure of the place. It is true that a lot of the Pacific Northwest cities, and Vancouver is certainly right there, the whole region, have brutal housing markets.
It's just really tough to, and I think just as like a culture, we want to be close and, live in these cities, but it's like continuing to sort of develop when you, not only do you have sea level rise, but you have subsidence, and it's just like a double whammy, and we just can't help ourselves but want to buy into it over and over again. And it's like a generational thing where, Katrina gets wiped out in 2005, and how long will it take until there's like, the next generation buys right back into Katrina version 2 or whatever. So I like the idea that there's the creation of barrier islands, and that you're looking at like the sediment as the system-based thing. I think that's really interesting. I think both projects so far, I question the form making. Like this one had on the south side or south fork of the river, on the south bank, there was a new sort of notch that was cut into the bank where the water has come into the sort of urban fabric or closer to it. It looks like there's some additional farmland that's down there right now as well. But like those, shapes and things that show up on site plans really ought to be intentional and need much more iteration, I think, to pull off the justification for doing it, and like, why is that there? So I would, aside from the big picture complex ethics of these types of projects, if you're going to show work, I would continue to strive to make it really intentional and finding the form making of it.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the strengths of the work and the present of the drawings, let's just say, like, well, I think your story, your narrative was very strong and well done. I would love to see more like imagination in terms of like what I talked about with flux, right? This idea of flux. And I think the diagrams like these diagrams that we're looking at are beautifully drawn and very powerful. And I especially appreciated this sequence, right? And I think it's really important in terms of thinking about time and evolution. But I think what needs the most work is scale. The scale of the levee doesn't seem to be right. It's sort of like, to me, it's the language of road, like a 1-2 lane road. It seems to be about that dimension wide. And I kind of want to see something that is on the scale of this, of what we're looking at in this diagram even. Like there needs to be both the sort of intimate human scale, but then like this is huge infrastructure. Right. And so to think about it as something powerful or muscular, and then also these sort of like moments of like the sort of vulnerable and changing spongy landscape against it, I think you can really maximize opposition through scale, but I think it deserves another look. And some of the other, I think in the renderings especially, scale doesn't seem right. And of course it's like a rendering, so it's like, what is scale in a rendering? But yeah, with these ones, you know, it's just the infiltration channel makes me a little sad that it's like the scale of a ditch. I could imagine that being something much larger, and a kind of network of them, so that you feel like you're in this water world. And that's to me like the idea of like connecting the city with the landscape beyond the levee. Like these channels do that, right? Like they are kind of like giving me an experience of that watery world. And so to have them be much larger and much more present, I think, is warranted.
I would also, and I'm glad you guys came to this image, because I had a technical question that actually connects to this as well. I would love to see some kind of thick sections that show me the subsurficial geology so that I can understand what's going on here. Because my technical question was, and I have no idea what the answer is, with sea level rise, and you put the levees even taller, but now basically this is an island surrounded by water. Does the groundwater table become saline? Does the groundwater table rise? Do you have to create a series of water extraction channels like they have in New Orleans, or in the Netherlands? Do you need a pumping system like in the Netherlands and New Orleans? And I don't know. And so is this actually a water infiltration channel trying to get stormwater into the ground, or is it actually dealing with the groundwater rising? So I'm sort of curious about that. And as I said, I have no idea, but I would really love a kind of thick section that shows me the subsurficial conditions and helps me understand where is the freshwater groundwater, where is the saltwater groundwater, how high is the water table, what is the implication? And it makes me think, holy mac, I need to figure this out. What is the implication of sea level rise on groundwater conditions in coastal cities? And since I don't know, I don't expect you to know.
Yeah. Well, I agree with Phoebe too, in that I feel like if once you've gone down the path of like saying you're going to make these changes, these large infrastructural system-based changes, then it should turn into a design space, right? So these things need to take on form, and you're creating space and moving earth, and then it, I don't know, Maggie, if that's part of the studio that they get to that level of resolution or not, but I think they should at least scratch the surface a little further than I think these renderings here suggest, where there's real study at a site scale. I think would help justify some of these moves.
Yeah, I love the conceptual, or I don't know what you call them, the diagrams that showed the levee as, I think it was a levee, okay, maybe it's not. Are the floodable terraces the levee, or is that your land forming with the dredge material?
That's our, so this is a space that I think had we had more time and more slides, we would have gotten into a little more, but talking about how we made the form of this island and this space. So these are the high points. So where the water is coming in, Adam, is just lower points in the land. So as water is rising, that's the form that will arise. And so the idea is that the way that we keep this space accessible for people is that we have this stratified system of terraces where, maybe in 2100, you can only access like the top part where the levee is because the rest of the water has flooded up. But in 2050, part of that space is still accessible. And to answer your question about the levees, it's really interesting to hear you say that about Arkansas, because a lot of the levees in New Orleans are like packed earth levees, but the ones and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the ones that failed during Katrina were concrete. So it then becomes this question of also like maintenance and like issues of equity in maintenance and how these systems are being, you know, carried forward. Obviously, that's a very big question that I think we could all like talk about forever. But these levees in Richmond are more similar to the ones that I've seen more in New Orleans, where they're packed earth levees. So they're already this like park and trail system. So I think our idea, which we definitely can like expand more and like make this more clear, is that we're not like taking away this green space that a lot of people in Richmond enjoy in favor of just like creating this big barrier, but that it remains a packed earth levee. It's just taller.
Yeah, no, I get that. And yeah, that's what they are in Arkansas also. They're just massive, the ones that I've seen. But I think I just think there's a chance to design the levee in an interesting way, you know, and instead of just saying like, it's a hike and bike trail, we're done, you know, like, and that's like, how do we design things, right? Like section, sort of scale, what's the width of it? Like, does it, like, it's not uniform, right? It shouldn't be uniform all the way around. It should be responsive to the unique adjacent conditions, to program, to, I mean, again, like, yeah, like you didn't have time to do this, right? But you could, and you could continue to work on this project. And maybe it's just a few drawings that indicate that it is responsive. Or, you know, the floodable terraces too, like that's something that it's not like you just build it and you're done, right? I mean, that's how you kind of described it. Well, you have these terraces and then the water in 2100 is all the way up here. But actually, if these are created with the transposition of the dredged material, then it would happen over time, which is perfect with this idea of creating terraces because it's a stratified land building system where you put layer upon layer upon layer. And so like, how does it work over time? Like how much per year? And is it one terrace per year? Is it one terrace per decade? And then what's the water doing? And are you just keeping up pace with it? Or do you like get ahead of it? And that's like really interesting because it's like time and, you know, and phasing and we love that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I was wondering questions.
I was wondering about the dredge. I mean, I get that you have to cure it and sort of dewater it a bit, but I was wondering if there's a way to do that as part of the land forming process. Does it have to be that the curing happens here and then you move it a second time to somewhere else? Or can you create outer edges, rings of a barrier island and then put the dredge into those and slowly the islands fill up over time? I'm thinking about Catherine Sievert Nordenson's work in Jamaica Bay. And in that case, it's sort of the islands creating themselves, creating catch things that then trap the sediment as it comes out. And I know this is a tough term for everybody because we're all working from here. But this is a case where I would really love to see models and to see you having fun with models, like see you making models that you flow water across and dirt across and see what happens when you try different tactics with them. It seems like the kind of project that would give you that chance to explore through that medium as a way of generating knowledge about the site. So I know it's a tough term for anything more than digital work, but I would encourage you in future, if you have the opportunity, to really think about models that can explore earth making and shape making over time.
Margaret and Heather, thank you so much for supporting a really interesting conversation about issues of flux in this fascinating place that you've been studying for the last few months. I think we will pivot to any concluding remarks from our jury.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I only saw 2 projects being here just for the last session, so maybe I'll just go quickly and then let the others who have been here for longer give better comments. Yeah, I'm really impressed with the scope and scale of this work in the studio. You're grappling with a lot, and I think the narrative and the presentations were very well done, but remember that you're making an argument for something that not everyone will buy into. So maybe in this context, we all do, and we all agree with you that these are sensible and good ideas and ways to move forward, just generally. But you know, if you think about the points of resistance to your proposal, I think you would probably make a much more impassioned argument and maybe structure the presentation and include some diagrams and drawings that weren't there. So that's one comment I have just generally on the 2 that I saw. And then my other comment is just to encourage you all to remember that well, I believe that you know, are as landscape architects, we shape things, we shape the form of things, or we set processes in motion by which land and other sort of aspects of the built environment are shaped. And so don't be afraid to have a heavy hand in that shaping. And don't relinquish it because it's something that is specific to our discipline. And I think like you all are being very imaginative, but don't let the do-gooding kind of get in the way with the imagination and the kind of force of your proposals. Because I know even with just these 2 that I saw that the students who presented, you are super talented in that area. But yeah, I was really impressed with the work and thank you. I know you worked really hard in a tough semester.
Yeah, I agree. I only saw 2 as well, so I'll get out of the way. But I agree with Phoebe in that the idea that, like, for me, the form making of the projects is as important as the reason for the projects to have started, right? And so I think everybody kind of worked on developing the narrative of why the project needs to exist, but then the project itself needs another pass, right? And I think Roxy talking about the models, and so when you think of that fluvial geomorphology as the reasoning for the gestures that you've drawn on the page, like that would be great. Like that's really, I think the next step would be really exciting to see how, yes, your project is necessary, and then now we're really thrilled to see what you've come up with. So yeah, I think there's really great attempts at solving these challenges that to me seem unsolvable, but you know, I think we're there, right? Like it's your generation that's gonna have to deal with some of this stuff. So it's really terrifying and exciting to know that it's coming. And hopefully we can lead the charge in that. So it's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, I'll echo some of the things I said earlier in the morning, but I think one of the things that is really exciting to me about these is the scale of the issues that you're taking on. These are, all the projects I saw are dealing with intractable, unsolvable, wicked problems. And identifying the conflicts in them and identifying how to best resolve those conflicts. And we're never going to resolve them, but how to best resolve them. I think you've all taken on really complex projects seriously and dug deeply. And I really appreciate that kind of grounding these projects in some very difficult realities, whether that's climate change reality, you know, social history, economic reality, toxic reality. These things are all really hard, and I appreciate you grappling with them. When you're dealing with systems, you're dealing with flux, with time and with change and with flow, and how systems move across time and space. So I would appreciate, and we saw in the last project, those nice diagrams across, millennia. I'd appreciate series, timelines. I mentioned it in the morning, that sort of Halpern spiral timeline diagram, thinking about the way that systems change their interactions over time and space, and how the place changes over time as a result of that. So think about how to incorporate time in your thinking, renderings on rainy days, renderings in the winter, renderings at night. Is this place always sunny and in summer? Probably not. And then what's the core question, which is the scale of inquiry? How do you contextualize it, which helps you make sure you're asking the right question? And then how do you get to the detail, the experience, the reality of it, which tells you if your answer is feasible? So the core project is about the question and the solution. Contextualizing it then ground truths your question, and getting into the systems, the materials, again, does this place need to be, is groundwater now higher, so you need to be pumping water out? That's the sort of, is this feasible, does it work out? So think about those three, kind of the scale of inquiry, the contextualization, and the detailing. But generally, I've been really impressed. It's excellent work, really good, clearly stating of problems, beautiful graphics, and really strong narratives. So you should be really proud of the work that you completed this semester. And thank you, Maggie, for inviting me. It's been really fun.
Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all spending the time with us to give us some feedback. And I am really grateful to the students for working so hard over a really challenging semester. And also this is a challenging studio, the scale, the sort of complexity that we're asking you to deal with, and for us also to be thinking about 3 different sites that we are also not able to be on the ground experiencing with our bodies is pretty complicated. And I'm really impressed with how you continued to step up to that challenge throughout the semester. It's been really fun to work with you, and I'm super excited about how far we've traveled in these projects over what feels like a very long time, and then also a very short period of time. I have just a couple little housekeeping things to discuss with the students, but I just want to thank the critics again. Thank you so much, Roxy, for joining us. Adam and Phoebe, thank you for being part of this last session, and I'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good work, everyone.
All right.
Okay. I just have